6 o'clock on the dot, so I'm going to call the City Council meeting to order. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is July 7th, 2025. And up first, Pastor David Butler is on his way to Texas right now, so if everyone would just please take a moment of silence with me, and we will move through the agenda. So everyone just please take a moment. Oops, sorry. All right, thank you for that. Councilwoman Aber with the pledge, please.
Please join me with your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, pledge allegiance, agenda approval. All right, at this time, I'll have a motion for the approval of the agenda or anything we would like to add, change, or modify.
I need to change it.
All right, jump on in.
I need to pull section B from the consent agenda.
Okay. I got 3B getting pulled. Anything else? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the agenda.
All right, got a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Got a second? All right, we'll vote on the agenda, pulling 3B. Uh-oh. All right, we all in? Oh, there we go. All right. I started right on the dot this time. All right, there we go. Ayes have it, so moved, 7-0. All right, up first is going to be the proclamation, Parks and Recreation Month, and I will meet everyone in the front. That was close. All right, just working. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Let's speak up a little bit then. All right. And we'll just skip a whereas. Whereas Parks and Recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic diseases, provided therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and improve the mental and emotional health of all of our citizens. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environment, well-being of our community, and whereas parks and natural recreational areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers and development, and produce habitats for wildlife. Whereas the United States House of Representatives has designated July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the City of Destin recognizes the benefit derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Bobby Wagner, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby designate the month of July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Destin. We call upon park and recreation supporters to join us in recognizing the importance of our nation's parks and recreation. Thank you, guys. Yay.
Awesome.
You guys want to say anything to the podium?
Well, I'll just say, this is Miss Autumn, and she's our Parks and Rec Committee Chairman. Does an excellent job, and she's carrying on for her grandmother, who is Nancy Weidenhammer, that started the dog park. So, we're very proud of her, okay?
Other than that, and then my last shameless plug, outside of most of these council members, I think have come through the Parks and Rec Committee. Outside of that, some of them are even on our brand new formed Parks Foundation, which just got their 501c3 accreditation. So not only do we have a Parks and Rec department, a committee, but in parallel but separate, we now have a foundation. So if anyone feels charitable or has any other needs to donate to a legal 501c3, we now have a deemed park foundations for that as well. So I appreciate everyone who is a part of that, in and out, and everyone in between. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Mayor.
Back there. All right, one last thing. We have a very important middle schooler here, Noah, if you guys want to come up. Oh, and he's got the crow. And then family wants to come too, and you know, the whole squad. Awesome. Well, I'm sorry we don't have this working at the moment. So we'll just keep this rolling. So Noah won state, Civic bee, not the spelling bee. That's for Larry. So if you want to just, what is that and what kind of got you there? As far as what is the Civic bee and what got you involved in doing this to begin with? Put you on the spot.
It's just something like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation created to educate like people, like middle schoolers, on the way they can impact government and different functions, people they can talk to, like the city council or all kinds of functions.
Awesome. And you're at what middle school?
Destin Middle School.
Going for Walton. And then so now that you've represented us at the state, what's next?
Washington, D.C. Nationals.
And what time? Yeah.
November 10th or 11th, better know.
Okay, November, awesome. Well, we really appreciate it. We have all these accolades and stuff. So we just wanted to recognize you and thank you for representing the city of Destin, Okaloosa County, the schools, all the teachers that have been a part of your education so far. And we really appreciate you taking such an interest in government and not only what we're doing currently, but what we've done in the past. And perhaps you guys can help us guide the future. So we appreciate it. Anyone else want to say anything at all?
I'm proud of him.
Yeah.
This is the manager and the brilliant mom. I'm just the principal, but I'm very, very proud of him for taking a risk, writing an essay. It required him to write an essay and compete, and then not only did he have to do that, but then he had to do like a Jeopardy type panel event, and he had to make a certain score to be in the last cut for that, and then finally he had to present his idea that he wrote in the essay, and he is just a charismatic speaker. I hope you get a chance to watch him on TV at the Nationals in Washington, D.C., because he will change lives.
Will that be like written for us?
I am sure.
You sure?
Well, I'm trying to get
That'll be
you.
lovely.
Yes.
Okay.
C-SPAN?
Yes.
What was the
Let
topic?
Mayor Wagner or one of us
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the city,
the-
we would love to share it.
So what was your state award winning topic?
Trash on the beaches.
Trash on the beaches. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
You got
Good one.
allies here in the audience for sure.
Yes.
So I appreciate that. So thank you for carrying both the government and the environmental side. So we appreciate that. So with that,
Congratulations, Noah.
want to take a photo real quick?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Appreciate that. Yeah,
Mayor, I just want to make one comment as a former school board member.
absolutely.
Students like Noah are what made the job worth doing. And you ran across them occasionally over my 8 years, and it was always a thrill. And, you know, without them, I don't think I would have been there.
Awesome. Thank you for that. All right, with that, the proclamations and everything from 1 is done, so we'll go into the public comments. And I'll start on my right, y'all's left. Anyone here for public comments? Yes, Miss Patty.
Hi. Hi, Patty Brown, 86 Shira Street. And as you know, I'm a firm believer in you have to get up and participate to be part of the process. And you can't complain if you don't get up and speak. So here I am. So for the last 20 years, I've actively participated at city council meetings and on task force. I served 3 times as the short-term rental task force, the last as the chair. A rule, regulation, or law is only as effective as its enforcement. Stop the warnings and start hitting people where it hurts, in the wallet. I've watched Crystal Beach, which is where I live, spin out of control in the last year. We have several houses on our street that signage indicates 4 parking spots, but we have 9 pickup trucks and SUVs every week. I understand that we're down to 2 code enforcement officers, so there's not a whole lot of enforcement that we can expect from that. These cars are parked on the sidewalk, in the right-of-way, hanging out into the street, golf carts, 1 or 2 parked in the front yard. The calls I've made about the parking issue go unheeded. The cars remain and nothing is done. Many of the short-term rentals don't even have someone here locally in the event of an emergency. When you place a call to the rental agencies, you're usually talking to someone in another state, not local. Number 2, I and other yacht owners have worked feverishly to be able to run day charters legally in the city of Destin. We've negotiated with the city, worked with the fishermen, completed all the necessary requirements in order to be a valid business. I believe my yacht was the first to receive a livery permit because I actively worked it. I now see on social media where there are several yachts coming into Destin from Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas, requesting residential slips to run their business. They have no BTRs, and they're not following any of the rules of the city. So I know there's a year process for everyone to come up to where they should be, but these people are skirting the issues that we have worked so hard for. And what's going to end up happening is they're going to be working under the table, not paying taxes, and paying $1,000 or less a month for a slip at someone's house, when we're paying $2,000 plus a month for a commercial slip. We need to get that under control before it gets any worse. In recent years, I've seen, this is number 3. In recent years, I've seen large increases in the amount of damage being done to our short-term rental houses, increased trash on our beaches, total disregard for parking, and pictures of how James Lee Park was left after July 4th. Burned trash cans, coolers everywhere, broken tents, broken chairs. No one is cleaning up anything. It's us locals that are cleaning it up. I read a lot of the Facebook pages of the tourists, and their feeling is, hey, we're spending a lot of money to be here in Destin. We can do whatever we want, and we could give a hoot what the locals think. I think that we need to interface with TDC and have them go look at what Walton County's doing, because they're getting a totally different tourist. They have our tourists of the past 20 years. And so I think that we need to get on top of that, because our streets have trash everywhere, our parking lots. I forever see an F-150 presenting itself as a golf cart at James Lee Park in the golf cart spots. My final thing I wanted to talk to you about are the beach bonfires. I think it's a great idea, but like anything else, it has to be regulated. As you know, I have a house in California. We have fire pits everywhere. No one ever cleans up after them. They're just a mess. We don't want our white sand all black. We have to have permitting. We have to have regulation, because people nowadays, they can't regulate their own behavior. So I think it's a great idea, but it's got to have regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone in the middle? Yes, sir. All right. Yep, just get up here, name, address, and you just gotta hit that gray button. It'll turn it red on the,
Okay, my name is Ricky Grant, and I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. I live here in Destin now, and I fix beach chairs.
yeah. Do you have an address regardless of where that's at? I guess in your
Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about because
a physical address for you?
I live in the warehouse where I fix the beach chairs.
Okay.
I sleep in the office, and, you know, I strip the beach chairs, I fix them, and I work with Catch-22 and Sunrise Beach
Okay.
Chair Coffee Co. And I'm trying to get out of there. I just became a real estate agent, so I'm trying to, you know, become my own broker and, you know, build my own farm up in Tennessee. I think I'm from Nashville. I went to school there for 12 years at David Lipscomb University, but I'm trying to get my farm and maybe a summer house, you know, kind of a beach house, coastal front, and maybe even a fishing house and do some fishing. I've been living in this little fishing town, so all the fishermen are wearing off on me, so I might try to do some fishing and get something to eat. I got some things I want to show you just kind of on my journey, you know what I mean? I live on the road or whatever. You know, I work in construction and I kind of do my own thing as a sole proprietor. So I just wanted to talk to you guys and tell you my story because I run into a lot of problems with business owners, entrepreneurs, you know, mom and pops, just anything. I also go to church at St. Andrews. So, you know, I'm trying to stay close to God and kind of, I guess, incorporate that, maybe stay close. I'm trying to get married, you know, have a family, kind of live at home, retire, you know, thinking about the next 60 years of my life. So, I guess I got 1 minute left. That's pretty much it, you know. I just wanted to talk to you because, I don't know, with the way AI works these days, maybe you guys can help me because I've been out there fighting for my life. It's stressful. I got trespassed at the library because the girl said I was looking at her. But, you know, anyway, this little mask, I got this little royal mask off the internet, off Amazon, I guess. I'm on the phone a lot all the time, so whether it's night or day, I'm on the phone. So that's kind of the direction that I'm going in. But like I said, right now it's just kind of looking at retirement, looking at a legacy, looking at my farm, you know, my beach house, you know, trying to make, you know, maybe $10 million from my investments. I got brokers and I guess Miami that I work with, but that's my story. I guess that's all that I had for y'all. Oh yeah, I got these little magazines. I talked to people at bookstores. I guess here's a kind of some, I don't know if you guys want to take a look at those little English home. I like castles or whatever. Maybe get a fast car and a truck, and then, you know, country home. I'm from Nashville, you know what I mean? Dolly Parton, so we're country. But that's it for me.
God bless and best of luck.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wick.
Nope, the important one.
That's,
All right, yes, sir. Anyone else? Moving on, far right. Yes, sir. All right, hit that gray button. It'll turn the light red. You don't need to hold it. Name and address, and the floor is yours.
Brian Decker, 44 Indian Bayou Drive. Good evening. Before I begin, I'd like to thank you all for everything you do for our community. Previous councils as well. I know a lot goes into it. You sacrifice a lot of time away from your families and businesses, and I, for one, am grateful for the place that I live, and wonderful place to live, own a business, raise a family, and you guys I know are doing the best of your ability to keep it that way. So thank you. On the topic of the beach bonfires, read over the discussion in the news article I read recently, and some of you know I've spent a lot of time out there the last 25 years of my life, which in tourism seasons I believe is the equivalent of 104. But anyway, what I read about the original proposal, I guess, that Mr. Schmidt submitted there with a single vendor, I think With that respect, it would be, I think, reasonable for the city to employ a single vendor on their own beachfront areas, but removing that freedom of choice for the beachfront owners, HOAs, and so forth would be something of a disservice, I believe. And in that regard, I heard somebody else speak of the regulation. Some of the homeowners associations that I work for, management teams and so forth, have stressed their desire to see control and regulation if this were to come about. In my opinion, I think the permitting would be hopefully similar to what's required for the beach vending permits, authorization, indemnification, insurance, and those sorts of things. Again, somebody else mentioned the Walton County model, I think would be something to look into. I shared with the council members the fire chief for the South Walton Fire Control or Fire District, and he designed that program that they use, and would be probably a wealth of information in that regard. A couple other things I think worth mentioning, which I saw on the news article as well: turtle nesting, fire safety, I think would be an appropriate thing to possibly require of folks if this is going to be permitted. Another topic would be the revenue stream possibly for the fire department, the vendors, the HOAs, and the city, possibly the sales tax with the state also, permitting fees and what have you. And one other thing I'd like to mention is the tourism aspect. I overheard the lady as I came in talking about the Walton County guests, and my experience, I might disagree with that slightly. I think a lot of people have gone there and have come back to Destin. But, you know, in terms of the experience, I spoke to somebody just recently and said that they're not a beach person, but that was the best time they had had on the beach in quite a while, was attending one of those bonfires. And the other aspect is maybe we're leaving something on the table. Our neighboring counties allow it, we don't, and maybe in terms of staying competitive and offering folks something that they would enjoy, I think might be very worthwhile. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you again for what you do for our community.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Hey, button, name, address.
My name's Brittany. Definitely not going to give you my address because the man I had a restraining order almost ran me over pregnant sitting right there. So I'm a disabled combat veteran, a registered nurse, a mother, and someone who deeply cares about preserving the joy and freedom that makes this community so special. And tonight, I stand before you carrying the voices of over 1,700 people, and I've sent you the petition. Locals, tourists, parents, veterans, and neighbors who signed our petition in just over a week to say loud and clear, we love ice cream on the beach, we support mobile vendors, and we don't understand why this is suddenly under attack. This was never a problem. Other vendors have operated for over 30 years without incident. There's no complaints, the community embraced it, tourists enjoyed it. So the question is, why now? The shift didn't come from public concern, it came from a private competitor, Rainbow Frost Ice Cream Truck, who has repeatedly expressed opposition and has shown a pattern of harassment and retaliation. And now it feels like the city is responding more to that one voice than to the thousands who have expressed support for us. This isn't about safety. This isn't about zoning. This isn't even about the law. It's about whether a single business can influence policy to push out competition. I went to war at 18, believing I was fighting to protect freedom and fairness and a future for the next generation. Now, as a mother, it's painful to see those values being questioned here at home. Whether a family like mine, who are following the rules and working hard, are being pushed aside over something as simple and joyful as handing ice cream to children on the beach. We owe our children better than that, and I believe Destin can do better than that. The council has a choice to truly listen, not just to one business that's upset and wants to monopolize ice cream, but to over 1,700 voices in less than a week. families, veterans, tourists, and locals who are saying this matters. It's not just ice cream, it's happiness, it's cherished memories, it's part of tradition that makes Destin feel like home. We're asking you to stand with the people, to protect what brings joy to this community, and to help preserve the simple things that make Destin so special. The truth is, this isn't about broken rules or safety. It's about a handful of complaints from a competitor being treated louder than thousands of happy families. It's about community tradition being threatened by personal interest. The community has spoken, the tourists have spoken, the families who return after year for a simple, joyful moment, ice cream in hand, toes in the sand, they've spoken. But somewhere along the line, their voice have been drowned out by an angry ice cream truck. We're not the problem, we're operating legally, even your own code officer said so on March on camera. We're part of the charm and joy that makes Destin special, and this city's mission is truly to serve the public. Then I hope you'll listen to what the public is clearly telling you guys within a week, 1,700, and it's gonna go up. Clearly and passionately. Let's not regulate tradition out of existence. Let's preserve the magic of ice cream on the beach in Destin. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Final call. All right, we're closing public comments, and we'll move to, let's do the consent agenda, polling B, and then we'll go to B right after.
I vote to approve the consent agenda without B.
All right.
Make a motion.
You got a motion? Do I hear a second? Got a second by Councilman Bagby? There we go. We'll call the vote on consent agenda minus B. Uh-oh. Go vocal. Give it 3 seconds. All right, there we go. All right, ayes have it, so moved. Councilman Gall, you want to bring up your 3B?
I might have just dyslexia. Give me just 1 second. I might have looked at this number wrong. I might not have an issue after all.
What's your address, 724 or 42?
724.
Oh, 24 versus 42?
Yeah.
All right.
I withdraw my.
For the sake of clarification, you thought you had a conflict?
724, yeah, I thought I had a conflict.
Oh, okay, gotcha, that makes sense, okay. All right, so with no conflict, you want to make the motion?
Make the motion to approve.
I'll second it.
All right, I got a motion, I have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All right, I'll call the vote on 3B. All right, ayes have it, 7-0, so moved. 4A, Mr. Larry Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Item 4A is regarding the award to H&T Contractors for RFP 2507CM. That is the Crosstown Connector. We made that award at the last council meeting. Before you tonight is the contract to accompany that award, and staff recommends your approval and direct city manager to execute the contract.
All right, with that, do we have a motion?
I'll move that the city council approve the contract with H&T for RFB 2507CM and direct the city manager to execute the contract and issue a notice to proceed.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. As we march toward completing our Crosstown Connector, we have still not made one single funded projected change to the intersection at Stallman. That gives me great reservation. You will all see what kind of traffic we'll be importing from Commons straight through town to that intersection. We also know that Emerald Grand wants to build more on their side, which I think will double the density of what they have. We're about to make one of the biggest mistakes in my 30 years on this council, I'm afraid, if we connect to that intersection without making any improvements to it at all. There are some things we can do, and I will be making motions on those later on. I won't make it a part of this, But a prime example is Hollywood Boulevard, as most of you are familiar in Fort Walton. I may have mentioned this. It goes from the bay all the way to the border of Hurlburt Field. It's their bypass or their crosstown connector. What they did, rather than funneling it all out onto the intersection at the end of it, they put a roundabout there. And you can go out to 98 at 3 other intersections, and that divvies up the impact on 98 where it is not horrible. It still gets pretty crazy at one intersection, Doolittle, I believe. But we need to explore that. And before we connect this road to Stallman, we've got to come up with a better idea than just plugging that nightmare into Stallman Avenue, which is already our very worst intersection as far as functioning. So I will make a motion to study some alternatives. I know the city manager and I have been working with Bashville and Donovan, and I've got a couple of suggestions that we could do to try to alleviate the impact on that intersection. So we will try to go forward with that. But if we don't do something, we're about to create a giant, giant mess.
Right?
I'll second that. Well, we'll go with it personally.
Yeah, I wasn't sub.
Okay, never mind.
All right, any further discussion? All right, Councilman Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, I know there's been a lot of talk about that intersection. I know we spent 3 or 4 years ago, we allocated $50,000 to do a design study or something on the intersection. We've got nothing? Is that what I'm hearing? We got nothing.
Nothing funded or actually.
And we funded it. We funded $50,000 to redesign it.
That was for the redesign, and we are getting somewhere. We are working on a redesign, but we do not have one. And my fear is that we will complete the crosstown before we ever even get close to improving that intersection.
No, I agree 100%. What you're saying. I just don't know, how long we've been talking about that intersection and how much money
That's our
people
problem.
spent on it. And
That's our problem. And after this vote, then I will make a motion to address whether we connect to that intersection without making improvements.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, and we may disagree, but I lived 2 blocks from there for the first 4 years we were here. Getting the foot traffic off of there, I think will do more than any of the mobile traffic, because the mobile traffic with Waze and all these other abilities, people will cut over to 98 or they'll cut away from 98 as they deem fit. This is also just phase 1. This is the ADS, the exfiltration pipe, and all the changes. So I'm fine supporting this, and then we can continue to work on the underpass, a flyover, whatever you want to do. But I just want to make sure we're okay.
All right. Yeah, thank you. That was going to be my point. I definitely don't take away from the dire need of the Stallman intersection, but I do feel that naturally the traffic's already there and it's already on Legion and Mountain because the GPS is already forming it. And I do agree that the underpass, per the PD&E study from FDOT, showed that the pedestrian light itself is significant. But I don't say that discrediting the need for that intersection. But I feel the traffic's already there. With or without this, it's going to be the same flow. It's just, do we want it in people's front yards or backyards? All right, any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All right, ayes have it, 7-0, so moved. All right.
Mayor, I'll make another motion that.
Please.
That the crosstown connector not be connected to Stallman until such time as improvements to the intersection have been made or funded to the satisfaction of the city council.
I'll second.
All right. All right, I got a motion and a second. I know your concerns are the intersection. The crosstown connector per this portion is Azalea and Legion. So for the sake of trying, while we might disagree, I do want to make sure that your intentions are.
For the entire segment.
Okay. I'm just making sure your intentions are in there. All right.
The entire segment is connected, yeah.
Specifically, the intersection at Stallman.
Installment.
So, I mean, whether it's a traffic circle or whether we block up.
Or whatever.
I mean, we'll figure that
Okay.
out, but.
At a later date.
All right. I was just making sure it was something that would get slipped underneath. All right. Any further discussion? Yes, Councilman Braden.
Thank you. When you say connected, because right now it is connected, I mean, we're not going, we can't change that, because just, once we put that through there, what do you?
I'm talking about after we've constructed the crosstown that will smooth out and connect. Right now, we have a section that does not connect through the old campground until the entire project is through. That's when things are going to get interesting.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I got.
And then my last just kind of point of information would be currently the, I guess, A that we passed, that is for the stormwater portion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do we have a ETA, kind of an estimate of what that window, I guess a window between this and Councilman Destin's kind of crux of what he's looking at?
Offhand, I don't, but I was going to bring to the council's attention that at the last meeting you asked for a kickoff groundbreaking. The pre-construction meeting for this component will be on Wednesday of this week, so we will push out that time frame to you, and we will ask those questions in and get to the best guess we can.
Perfect. All right. Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, can we just please go through this again? Because I'm confused as well. Because once Legion and Benning is done, it's connected. So can you restate what you're saying?
The motion was that before the project is completed, the crosstown connector in its entirety, that we will not connect the final end of the Stallman intersection until improvements have been made to the intersection that satisfy this council.
And you're saying between Beach and Benning? To be finished?
The entire project. But I'm not trying to affect what we just voted
But
to
I
approve.
think like Mr. Braden said, though, like once Beach to Benning is done, it's open. Like phase 2 might be azalea, that we've talked about doing some shrubbery and making it prettier, but the road's open.
It in fact is, yes. And at that point, it's open, and in my opinion, until improvements are made at the intersection,
So we would
should not
block
connect.
Beach to Benning until,
Well, we may just put a roundabout at the end of Azalea. There are a couple of alternatives, like they have done with Hollywood Boulevard and Fort Walton. Those are the ones I want us to make sure that we address to try to divvy up the traffic impact rather than having it all occur at Solomon.
they're not, the Hollywood goes pretty close to 98, but we do have 2 north to south roads from Azalea to 98.
We do.
Not
One, I
including
think-
Stallman, but.
One by Sexton's?
We got Palmetto.
Melvin.
And Palmetto. Marlar.
Yes, and they do, the problem is they don't go to lighted intersections, which hopefully we're going to address in our attempt to make this more usable.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
My only fear with that is until they're done, I get your idea of holding all of us to the fire on making sure we address everything, but my fear would then be, all right, we're done with one project, but it doesn't open until the next one's done? No? Okay, I'm just making sure. Okay.
No.
All right, then I'll figure that out on the back end, because I'm not going to vote on this. All right, with that, I'll call the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved. Anything further, Councilman Destin? Nope. All right, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4B is regarding our community rating system update. We were asked previously to bring back an idea of how moving from a Class 6 to a Class 5 in our community rating system would look. The Okaloosa County Emergency Management is leading a countywide effort to establish a program for public information, which would include a number of things, and they're listed out for you there in your packet, to coordinate and expand public outreach, enhance CRS eligible activities, improve documentation, stakeholder engagement, and interagency collaboration, and a number of other things. by moving from and this initiative alone will not get us there, but it'll certainly get us points moving in that direction and something to build on. If we can get to a 5 rating, that would save probably $280, not $1,000, excuse me, for the average policyholder for their flood insurance. So we would recommend that the city participate with the Okaloosa County program for the PPI initiative and authorize the city manager to designate staff representative and stakeholder for this committee and to cooperate with the Okaloosa County Emergency Management to support the necessary activities associated with this initiative.
All right, thank you for that. With that, do I hear a motion?
Mayor, I move to approve the City of Destin's participation in the Okaloosa County Program for Public Information Initiative. Authorize the city manager to designate a staff representative and stakeholder for the PPI committee and direct staff to coordinate with the Okaloosa County Emergency Management to support documentation and outreach activities necessary for the Destin's CRS Class 5 advancement.
I'll second that motion.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4C is regarding the Crosstown Connector CEI presentations. At your last meeting, you accepted staff's recommendation to bring 3 ranked firms back for your consideration. That is Anchor CEI, Half Associates, and Volkert. Those 3 firms are represented here tonight. This is a qualification-based ranking, so we're going to ask them to make their presentations and ask you to rank them based on the qualifications that are presented to you tonight. If the appropriate action would be after your presentation to direct staff to negotiate with the top-ranked firm. If those negotiations fail to come to an agreeable contract, we would move to the second-ranked firm by the council's ranking. We'll go in alphabetical order with Anchor CEI being their first, and Half and Volkert. While this is a public meeting and we can't require them to step out, out of courtesy, they may wish to stand down and let each individual make their presentations.
Sounds like they heard you.
Mayor, just a point so we don't get confused again.
Please.
As we rank our presenters, your number 1 rank gets 3 or 1?
Here, I'll run through it with you. Your lowest rank, your number 1, is your top choice. And so please choose a number 1, a number 2, and a number 3. Whoever has the lowest is going to be the top-ranked firm, but the motion will recognize all 3, because if it is not possible to negotiate a contract with whoever comes out first, then staff would be authorized to go to number 2 and then to number 3.
Understand that part, and we continue to do this crazy ranking system where the number 1 guy gets the lowest score.
It's golf.
Just think of number 1.
But we seem stuck on that path.
We are hell-bent on that path.
Number 1 is number 1.
The highest ranked person logically should be the one that got it.
Aye. All right, Anchors, you are recognized.
Great, thank you. First of all, good evening. Thank you all very much for inviting Anchor to come and present to you this evening. And most importantly, we appreciate the opportunity to compete for this very important project. My name is Elizabeth Moore. I'm the president of Anchor CEI.
Brittany Trumbull, I'm the vice president.
I'm Brian Osborne.
Sorry, yep.
Okay, get closer. Okay. Oh, no problem. We want to start off first by just telling you a little bit about our firm. I'm going to talk a little bit about Anchor and what we do and just how we're structured before I turn it over to my counterparts here. Where's the slide? Who has slides? This one right here? Okay. All right, perfect. Well, there's our first slide. So basically, what I want to tell you is that Anchor is a woman-owned engineering firm. Brittany and I own 100% of the company. And what does that mean for y'all? That means that if there's any decisions that have to be made, she and I make them. We're right here, we're local, we're right down the street. So if you have any questions or concerns or anything that you want to talk about, that's, we're right there and local, and she and I make all the decisions. In addition, we're a full-service engineering firm. So what does that mean for you? That means that Anchor's been involved in all aspects of projects. We do strategic funding, planning, engineering, construction inspection. We do all the aspects. So when you ask, like, what does that mean? Like, well, how does that help for this project? That means that whenever we're out in the field and we're watching what's going on, we know the notes that have to be made. We know the record keeping that has to be kept for your funding agencies. We understand the testing that has to be done because we require similar type testing in our design. We just know full depth. We understand the meaning behind a lot of the design, so we're able to basically help implement that in the field. So that's a little bit more about, our inspection, us being full service.
We started this business 10 years ago. Also, we've been doing this, and she and I have been doing this. We worked together at an engineering firm before that, locally in the Panhandle. So Elizabeth and I specifically have worked in the Panhandle our entire careers, and Anchor's been around for 10 years doing exactly all engineering specifically for our purposes today, construction administration, and CEI, which is construction inspection.
Right. And together we have about 40 years, well, actually all three of us, we have like
70 probably.
70 years of experience. And so we all work really well together and we communicate really well. We are DOT certified, so we're DOT certified not only for construction inspection, but also minor roadway design. All of our inspectors have all the required certifications that are part of the CTQP. Even though all those are not always required on this, we have all of those qualifications in case they're needed. So I think that's it for that slide. And then the next slide, please. This is the proposed team that we are presenting for this project. Brian is going to be the main point of contact, the day-to-day. He's our senior project manager. He's the guy that's going to be the main point of contact. But as you can see, we've listed both Brittany and myself on this because we're both going to be involved. We like to have duplicity on our projects. If Brian's not available, you can call one of us. We also have Mandy O'Regan, who I've worked with for probably 15 years. She's done these kinds of inspection projects. She's very meticulous. She takes very good notes, which is good because my notes are usually not as good as hers. But she's very good at what she does. And then Jeremy Leb is our senior inspector who will also be out in the field. And he has all the inspection certifications that we discussed in the previous slide. Is there anything else we need to mention, Mel? No. Next slide, please. And then I'm going to turn it over to Brian.
So location. So Anchor's main office is in downtown Panama City, but we do have lots of inspection projects and engineering projects going on in Okaloosa County and in this general direction as well. Most notably, we've got a big marina project that we're working on Okaloosa Island. And then we also work for local municipalities as well, close over to here, not just in Panama City area. We have City of Defuniak Springs, City of Freeport, Walton County, and then we just landed one with City of Valparaiso. And then we're also working with staff and some teams on hopefully the Noriego dredging project as well at some point. And then I also have a lot of experience in the area. I ran an engineering firm in the city of Destin for about 10 years or so. I was in Destin Rotary. I'm on the Destin Chamber board. On that, I serve as their vice chairman in economic development and government affairs. So I actually watch and attend a lot of your guys' meetings. So I do spend a lot of time watching you guys as well. So, and then also I'm a Walton County resident as well. So I live about 20 minutes from here. So I can be very responsive for any on-site meetings or in-person meetings. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brittany.
Next slide, please. Again, thank you all for having us tonight. And I want to talk a little bit about construction administration and CEI just in general. When Elizabeth and I started Anchor, our intention was to solely focus on CA and CEI. And we have really done that. In the process, grew and became a full-service firm. But our focus and the way we started this company was because we love construction administration and CEI. And that's really been our core focus. And it's probably varies, but about 50% of our business. This is what we do. And I think this is important, we don't do that for DOT projects or big roadway projects. We do that for municipalities, just like you guys. And we have done that for municipalities from further west of here to Tallahassee. We have projects at different times going on. There's a list of clients behind you, a different list of projects. We do a lot of work in Wakulla County, Jefferson County, Calhoun County, She specifically put road projects on here. Your project will be a road project, but at first, it's a drainage project. She didn't list drainage projects. We could have listed it, and it could have gone on for pages. Specifically, right now, I'm doing 3 in the city of Panama City. They're all CACEI projects, and they are road, storm, sewer, water, storm, sewer, road, from nuts to bolts, all the way down, all the way up. And it's the same type project. It's, when you do work in an existing area, in an area that's been around a long time, you just don't ever know as a design engineer, you don't ever know what you're gonna get when you start digging. And when we start digging, things are gonna happen. And what I think we excel at is when there's a problem, it's everybody who stands up here and talks to you today can follow the specs, they can follow the plans, they have qualified inspectors, we're gonna check materials, all of us can do those things. What we do differently is the construction administration side. It's the negotiating of the change orders. It's negotiating, making sure that a contractor is doing what they're supposed to be doing before they step foot on a job. It's making sure punch lists are kept on a daily basis and followed through, and that we aren't letting a contractor pull something over on us that maybe somebody in a field would never know about. It's that we have experience doing this very work. We have experience doing this with local governments, and we have experience just from the whole, again, beginning to end. We, one of the first big projects Elizabeth and I did as a company was a sports park in Panama City Beach. Big 50-acre?
120, I think.
Oh, well, I've had 3 kids since that project bid. Really big sports park. And it's applicable to your project because, again, your project is not just a road project. Your project is, you're going to have issues from neighbors. We will not let people park equipment in the right-of-way. We will not let contractors, the contractor, do something in somebody's front yard. We know enough, and we've done this enough in local governments to stop that before it happens. So I just wanted to kind of point those things out. I didn't really talk about this slide at all. Will you go to the next one and see what I've... transportation experience. We do some DOT work, but again, and we are qualified to do all of the DOT things. We do a lot of... But more of what we do is the LAP, scrap, SCOP, and which flow directly through municipalities. They're not DOT projects. We end up working for the municipality directly, or right now we're doing a lot of CDBG jobs, again, CACEI jobs, but it's all the same scope of work that you guys are doing today. We go to the next slide. I kind of talked about our approach. We're ready to hit the ground running. If meetings this week, that's the first we're hearing of it, but we hope to get a contract today and we're ready to go. So did I hit everything scope-wise?
I think so.
Will you go to the next one?
I think the only thing that we didn't mention is that part of our approach is that we strive to be an extension of staff. We are an extension of your staff. You call your staff, they call us. We don't try to bill on the hour or on the half hour or anything like that. We're available here. Once we're committed to a job, you can call us and we'll be there, just like your staff is.
Yeah, so we're excited about it. We appreciate the opportunity again to present. Hope to get the opportunity to work with the city. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you guys very much.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kopp, are we doing Q&A or is it just presentations? Or Mr. Jones?
Up to that's in the discretion of the council.
All right, awesome. I just wanted to not do something that would mute this. Any discussion? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you guys for your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And Brian, if you want to knock on whoever's next in alphabetical order.
Be half, if you would send them in, Brian. And while they're stepping out, Council and Mr. Mayor, this award will be for the entire project, both Phase 1 and Phase 2. So it'll give some continuity moving between those two when that's needed.
Thank you, sir.
Larry, on that topic, you talking about we just approved Phase 1 contract with H&T, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So you're talking about these CEI groups would be managing the Phase 1 contract who we just hired?
That's correct.
Yo, Andy, looks like you're gonna get a break.
Military calls it death by PowerPoint, so we're going old school here.
There we go.
We're avoiding it.
Please, you want me to
Yeah.
push him around?
Yeah, just leave behind.
If there's too many, I'd probably go this way. Yep, all right.
You mentioned installment, and I'm thinking, oh my God, did I miss a road on this job?
We got plenty of jobs coming.
Do I need to push a button?
Nope, it's already on. Yeah, with the wireless not working, as you guys, if you're the only presenter, just stay close. And if so, just switch it out. Yep, no
all
rush.
right.
All right.
Ready to go. Well, thank you very much. On behalf of HAF Incorporated and our key teaming partner, Utility Consultants of Florida, we're very happy, very proud, and excited to be here and present our qualifications. I think over the next 10 minutes, we hope to convince you to be your CE&I for the Crosstown Connector. We truly do have a local staff. That staff is available, experienced, finishing work very similar to what you've got going on right now for the Crosstown Crosstown Connector. And we have a local office. It's on Main Street, probably not a mile away from the project site. So we're ready and eager to go. And I want to say, too, that our team is simply a CE&I team. We're not designers. We don't do anything else. We are a construction engineer and inspection team. My name is Eric Rosenstein. I'm going to be your client service manager on this project, also known in the CE&I world as the senior project engineer. In my 40 years of doing this work throughout the state of Florida, the last 26 up here in North Florida and the Florida Panhandle, I could tell you that there's nothing on this job, nothing in these plans that I haven't seen, done, and worked with and argued with contractors before in the past.
My name is Stephanie Lindsay. My name is Stephanie Lindsay. I'm with Utility Consultants of Florida, and I would be your utility coordinator, and I'm already privileged enough to be working for the City of Destin for the Utility Underground Conversion Project.
And my name's Doug Pritchard. No microphone needed. I'm bringing 30 years of construction experience to you, working on projects from 400,000 to 60 million, really focused on DOT work, primarily in Okaloosa, Walton, and Bay County. The experience that this team is bringing to you is specific to the niche that is the Crosstown Connector. So one thing is to build the job from dirt to pave. We just finished Jericho Road. It's the opening of the giga site for Okaloosa County, the big industrial park up north. But building a road is one thing. Building a road in the backyard of somebody's home, that's a whole nother specialty. We've just done that on Holiday Shores in Walton County. First phase has some pretty intricate drainage construction, and this is an example of what we just finished, similar. This is a baffle box with filter right in between two homes, a mere feet from the bay. So we bring an extraordinary amount of experience that's specific to the kind of work that you're doing here.
In preparation for submitting our RFQ, submittal to it, which I believe you all read, we went ahead and attended the pre-bid, mandatory pre-bid for the Phase 1 project, and it was kind of nice to go in there and see all the contractors that we've worked with in the past, whether it was H&T or C.W. Roberts or what have you. For me, it was especially nice, and I was very happily surprised to see Matt Taylor there with Atkins. I had 12 years plus or minus with Atkins. The last few years, I worked real close with Matt and in the pursuit of C&I work in North Florida. In fact, we won a number of jobs, one in Leon County, one in City of Panama City Beach, and one in Escambia County together. Matt and I have a great working relationship, and this is only going to add value to our services to you as your C&I. particularly when it comes to communications between contractors and engineer of record in the city with RFIs and communications and that sort of thing. Also, we went ahead and after the job was awarded to H&T contractors, stopped by their offices over in Freeport. I wanted to introduce myself, introduce HAF, let them know that we're pursuing the CNI on the job, and just kind of gauge them for what their concerns may be if they had any, which they didn't. And it was really nice to hear, too, that they had worked with Doug when Doug was with Walton County, and they were very happy to work with him, and they were very happy to know that Dalton Taylor was going to be the senior inspector on the project. They've worked with Dalton in past projects. So it was a really good experience that we prepared to present to you. You know, a informed community is going to be a supportive community. And Doug and I made it a point to go out amongst your constituents along the alignment to talk to anybody and everybody we could. We knocked on doors, we bothered people mowing the lawn, whatever it took. We spoke to businesses, and we spoke to the principal of the Destin Elementary School, Amy Meyer. And she's got construction going on next to her right now, so she's kind of familiar with what the construction does with her staff and her students. But she did relay that. She did understand what the project was about. She has the same concerns for her children, walking to and from school, riding bikes, parents dropping them off. There's kids within that crosstown connector area are not within the busing area, so they have to find some other means to get to school. And she also was adamant about getting information quickly. She wanted to be able to tell her staff and the parents what was going on, whether it would be detours or lane closures or such like that.
Talked to John on Sandalwood. He lives on a cul-de-sac. Sees a lot of vehicles trying to shortcut. There's no sign that says dead end. So when we're in construction, gotta make sure we got the right signage out there. Talked to Dion. He works on his fence from the park and is worried about when the connector goes through, can I get to my backyard? Talked to Jen, several people that said, man, I'm really worried about the noise. And we know that from experience. Let's not have tailgates slamming or beep, 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 the backup alarms at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? Don't need it at dinner time. Those are things that we can control as a CEI.
To further support the public information needed for this project, we're prepared to work with Dr. Young in her public information efforts. We've been able to work with her on previous projects, and she's wonderful at her job, so we already have plans in place to move forward with disseminating communication to her in the same effective manner that we always have.
And I want to throw two innovative ideas at you. This is in support of getting information out to those stakeholders in the public. First is the multi-vista construction camera. We use this on the pedestrian tunnel. It's a freestanding camera. It's 1080p, 360-degree dome camera, and it takes photographs of construction at a regular schedule. The bonus is it's also a live streaming camera that you all will have the app to access. So not only can you look at the work at any time, you can control that camera through the app. Great for disseminating information to the public. Secondly, we've used this successfully on residential projects, and it's as simple as an email distribution list. We're literally going to go out and collect emails from those folks that want to know when the detours are happening, when the noise is going to happen, when a road's going to be closed. That email distribution is very effective for getting the word out, and it has the added bonus of them being able to reach us with their concerns. We can address those at the field level as your CEI.
So what's going to make this a successful project for the community, for the city of Destin, for the contractor? Well, two project goals. Job needs to get done on time, and the job needs to get done within the allowable budget. We expect the contractor to submit a very detailed and logical critical path schedule that's going to show his construction activities that cannot be delayed without delaying the project. One of the great things that the schedule allows us to do is to find areas within the contractor's schedule that he could work concurrently, so he could gain time on the project. Also, by knowing where the critical path activities are, it allows us to stay well ahead of the contractors. So whether it's Dalton or myself or Doug or other field people, to look for those pinch points, conflicts and such, identify them, talk to the contractor, and resolve them well ahead before they get there so the project is not delayed. And we know in an urban setting, what is the most impactful impactful conflict that we'll see right away on a job, and it's utilities.
So our experience with your very local utility agencies will help us to proactively manage and ensure that there aren't any schedule delays in relation to the utilities that have to be moved for this work. So we have a really good understanding of the needs and expectations of both Monica Wallace with Destin Water Users and Sean Croft with Okaloosa Gas. So we have about 3 to 4 months within phase 1 to move through utility clearing your utilities. And during this time, we plan on maintaining really good, solid communication with those utility owners before construction, and then during construction with invites to regular project update meetings and routine check-ins.
So that 3 or 4 months is really critical, an actionable item for us to get to the goal to meet the budget. That 3 or 4 months is going to allow us to complete in-depth constructability review. We've already touched on a lot of our findings in your design in our written proposal. The importance of that is to get a solid bid document out that avoids unnecessary change orders, right? Get all the questions, any errors, get all of that ironed out before we go to bid. Secondly are what we're calling specification pitfalls. Your project requires FDOT specifications. FDOT specifications allow the contractor to overrun asphalt 10% in thickness and get paid for it. That's a $40,000 change order. We haven't even broke ground yet. Getting the right contract language to relieve you of that liability is critical. That goes for overpayment for quality. They're allowed to get a 5% quality bonus on asphalt. We've gone through this with other municipalities and been successful in addressing that issue before it goes to contract. We have one other goal that we don't have written down here, and that's for you guys. We expect your activity twice on this job. Bring the gold shovel, break the ground, right? Bring the giant scissors, cut the ribbon. If you don't hear anything about this job in between those 2 points, we've been successful as your CEO.
We've done our work.
We've done our job.
One of the most important accolades we could get from our clients and our peers are the awards we receive from our clients and our peers. And Doug and his team, as he's reaching back there to grab it, just received the 2025 ACEC FDOT Project of the Year for the pedestrian tunnel, as he beautifully displays it for you, which is located in Walton County, just down the road in US 98. And this doesn't just go for half, this goes for our teaming partner.
Yes, so UCOF just recently won the 2025 Florida Engineer Society Project of the Year for Bradenton Beach roadway and drainage improvements.
At the end of this project, our vision is you guys get your award for a job well done.
Thank you so
With that,
much.
We're going to open it up for
Yep.
questions.
Any questions? Yeah, all right.
Yes.
Councilor Schmidt?
Yeah, that was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank
you. I really like your colorful energy and your examples of neighbors' names and everything. Hopefully those are accurate.
Well, at least for one, I know for a
Yeah.
fact, Jen, I've talked to her before.
I know it might be silly, but you mentioned
Yeah.
you mentioned something that you mentioned something about the importance of the quality of the environment on the neighbors. We're not going to slam tailgates and beeping on the reversing, and it was cute. I appreciate it. But one of the fearful things I have that we've seen from other recent big contractors that come in the area is flashy presentation, and then all the subs are showing up, and they don't even know their names half the time. So how are you going to control the beeping, reversing on a truck from not actually happening? That
So
you just said.
great-
How are you going to control that?
Great question. That comes in early in the job by putting a plan note that restricts noise level within a certain time period. We've done that successfully. In fact, Walton County Holiday Shores had a time restraint. That doesn't mean they can't work. They can get out there at 6 in the morning and work. They can work on Saturdays, they can work on Sundays, but you have a quiet period, just like you have at a campground.
And is somebody on site every day from y'all's firm?
Our senior inspector's on site every day.
Gotcha.
And the contractor's there, we're there. I live 12 minutes away, and I want to be the boots on the ground and the eyes on the work. Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We
Anyone else?
wanted you guys to ask questions. We even tried to guess what you might ask
What you may
about.
ask.
All right, Councilwoman
Collectively
Abear.
write it down.
I too appreciate the energy, and we've worked with her, so I, trust that she's definitely got the
she's
undergrounding, and that's something that we have worried about. We've had some recent problems that we've had to pause that she had no control over, but we do, like I said, we want to make sure our residents are not inconvenienced by us trying to get this
Right.
15-year project started.
Sure.
So,
And that's why we canvassed the area, that's why we
to get names and find out.
knocked on the doors and talked to the businesses, like the East Pass Coffee Company. They're excited. The people want this job.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to the right people getting the job.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Just making sure, no, you're good. You guys were so prepared, I want to make sure we honored that. All right, thank you guys so much for your time. All right. All right.
Hey.
All right, thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to be here, discuss the CEI services for Crosstown Connector. My name is Mike Warnke with Volkert. I'm our Vice President, Southeast Region Chief Engineer. With me here, I've got Jonathan Paramore, who's our CEI lead for North Florida, and Clint Johnson will be the project administrator for this project. We do currently have a general engineering contract with the City of Destin, and through that, we've had the pleasure of working on a couple projects with you. The first one being the Stallman Avenue intersection assessment that was completed in 2021, and we're currently working on the Commons Drive Airport, it was discussed earlier, Commons Drive Airport Pedestrian Improvements Project that's going to tie into the linear park, and that's scheduled to be completed around the end of the year. We'd love to continue our relationship working with you guys on this project. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan and let him talk about his team and our CEI approach for this.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it.
Slide.
Yeah, we go to the next slide. Go a couple more, actually. Those are the projects Mike just talked about there. Okay, yeah, oh, one back. There you go. All right. I'm just going to take a few moments to talk about our team on the org chart there, who we've got. As Mike said, he's going to be our client service manager for the project. I'm Jonathan Paramore again. I'll be the senior project engineer, project manager for the project. We appreciate the opportunity to come before y'all this evening to talk about this. Clint Johnson, he will be our project administrator. He's kind of going to be the go-to guy for the city. He'll be handling all the daily activities, negotiations, anything with the contractor like that. He'll be responsible for daily operations, contract management. Like I said, he'll be the point of contact for y'all and city manager on this. He's going to direct our staff, correspond with the engineer Record Atkins, and he'll handle any issues as they arise and provide any issue resolutions. Clint lives locally nearby in Fort Walton Beach, so if we have any issues, you can call him on the phone. He can zip right over, talk to y'all, talk to the contractor, get it worked out. So it's good to have him locally to be able to respond timely to anything that comes up. A couple people real quick like that aren't here this evening. David Albers, he'll be our senior inspector and assist Clint with project administration duties. He's got over 15 years of roadway construction experience. He actually worked with C.W. Roberts in the past on multiple projects here in Destin that they built when he was with them. He's been in construction inspection for several years, project management experience as well as he's got now with us. He'll lead our team. He'll be in assurance projects built in compliance with the plans and specs, and he'll handle all the daily on-site coordination with the contractor. This will help free Clint up, allow David to be his assistant to do a lot of things that'll help bolster the management of the project and oversight of such as well. Another inspector, Wade Wiederhold, he's been with us several years now. He'll help support David, our senior inspector, in his inspection duties during the course of the project. He'll provide testing, plan review, and help provide document control as well. David and Wade, by the way, both live in Freeport, not too far away, so if anything comes up, they can be here fairly quickly as well to be able to provide any on-site assistance as needed if something's going on during the time the contractor isn't working on the project. But they can help provide that as well. And with them being there locally, we can add staff. We can use one, both of them, any combination, as well as project needs allow. Volkert has also partnered with MTN Resources for equal opportunity, affirmative action, and payroll reporting as necessary for the contract. Ms. Brianne Graham with MTN will be the provider for those services, and she'll be a resident compliance specialist. She's experienced local agency project reporting, LAP reporting, as this project is, which will be important because with the DOT requirements and federal highway requirements for funded projects, we want to be sure that the city's reimbursed for everything that goes on. If the documents aren't right, the state's not going to refund your money, so we want to make sure that's where it needs to be for y'all. As far as availability, Clint, David, and Wade, they're all wrapping up current assignments, so they'll be available, ready to go whenever we are. I hear it may be quickly, sounds like, earlier, and so they'll be ready. I'll be available all the time. If we need other support, we've got offices in Pensacola, Gulf Breeze, Chipley, Panama City, so we have staff available as we need to help support your project. So no issues there at all. Next slide. All right, project notes. You know, the Crosstown Connector project has been in the works for several years, and it's going to improve that level of service and traffic flow. I know that sounds like a concern, and Volker's ready and committed to help bring this project to reality for y'all. As you know, it's going to be constructed in 2 phases. Phase 1 is construction of underground ADS stormwater systems. Itself, H&T Contractors is low bidder and was earlier in the meeting awarded the contract for that. So that's moving on. It sounds like it'll move on quickly. Construction should begin in the next, I don't know, say month or so, probably, it sounds like. And by the end of the year, we should be wrapping up. Phase 2 will be construction of the rest of the roadway, the remainder of the ponds, remaining drainage, striping, lighting, landscaping. Contractor's not selected yet. Phase 2 will begin later this year, early next year. So that's kind of the schedule where everything is on that. And a lot of that depends, obviously, on weather, holidays, things like that. That's going to come up and might move these dates out some. Slide. Go back one, I'm sorry. Maybe flip 2. Is there one after that? Okay, that's it. All right, well, anyway, something happened there. Some keys to success. Team and client communication and coordination, project understanding and approach, obviously, documentation compliance. I touched on that a few minutes ago. We've got to make sure that all the documents are done correctly to get your money back. And obviously, in the end, managing the project budget and schedule. We want to make sure the project comes home schedule-wise within the allotted time and within the allotted budgets, not just for the contractor, but for the CEI budget as well. Quality assurance, quality control, last note there. We use 2 integral measures to ensure construction management is successful and deliver the projects for our clients. Ms. Teresa Driscoll, who is our Vice President with Volkert and our Florida CEI Director, she will be responsible for performing any project reviews. What this does, we feel like it helps ensure our team to stay on point, make sure we're doing the things we've told you we're going to do to provide good quality and assure that you're getting good quality, and it helps our team stay on point, like I said, and be able to provide the city of Destin with top quality service as far as the CEI inspection goes, and any other measures that we have also. And it applies to design as well, not just CEI, but it's a very important part of our process that we feel is very important. So in closing, why Volkert? You're going to You're asking yourself, why are we going to choose these guys? This year marked the 100th anniversary of Volker being in business. It's a long time. You know, through hard work, dedication, client satisfaction, Volker has persevered, was consistently grown, been successful year after year. Obviously, must have done something right to be for 100 years. How were we able to do such? Years ago, Volker had established a set of core values to model our work and our lives by. We feel it's very important to our success. These core values are service, quality, ethics, and safety. Without those, we wouldn't be successful in anything in life in general. Using these core values allows us to provide the City of Destin with a team that has these values, that meets and exceeds the necessary requirements to facilitate the contract, and it's why we feel like you should choose our team. In closing, we have formed an awesome group of highly experienced personnel for this project who will be responsive, will be timely, and will provide you with client service needed to deliver the project successfully. We appreciate the opportunity to come before the City of Destin City Council tonight to present for this project, and we thank you very much.
Awesome. And with that, any questions? All right, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate your time.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. All right, Larry, instructions.
Yeah, just a reminder that as you rank them, your number one top-ranked firm will be number 1, your second-ranked firm will be number 2, and your third-ranked firm will be number 3. And once we...
I believe it's going to Ray, if I'm not mistaken.
They're going to Ray.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, Jeff. All right, and then,
So I have a question. So after we do RFQ, is there a RFB or?
no, this is a version of,
What would happen next, Councilman, is that we would negotiate with the top-ranked firm for an acceptable contract that we'd bring back to council for your approval. And if
Okay.
we can't come to terms that we think is acceptable at all, we'll go to the second-ranked firm.
So should we have done this before we do the RFB construction contract for phase 1 then?
Not
Because
necessarily.
aren't they managing phase 1 contract?
They're more of a, managing the contract may be a little bit more than what they do. They're going to be our representative on site to make sure that the product that's being delivered is what was being designed and bid in that process. So whether that's contract management, it may be a matter of semantics, whether we're.
But H&T is possibly going to start tomorrow digging holes.
No.
And we don't need to have a contract with with these companies?
No, sir.
So they'll wait until
yeah,
this contract's
absolutely.
executed?
Absolutely.
Okay.
all right, Councilwoman Trammell?
This question, I guess, is for Larry and the attorney. If there was one specific aspect that you liked of one company but you like the whole company of another company, can we say at the approval process that we want to add that particular thing into the contract?
I'm not sure, but I'm thinking yes. If there's something that you want to see particular addressed during the construction, engineering, and inspection
Yes.
purview, we can certainly add that into a contract.
Does that need to be part of the motion?
You're just going to rank the firms 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
To her point, how would she direct the staff to include that component if it wasn't part of the motion?
Because after you rank the firms and we have that motion, we can do a second motion.
To say add.
So first, we're just going to rank the firms 1, 2, and 3 for clarity, and then if you have any additional motions with respect to the contract, you can do that. Because if you look at the motion that is recommended in the staff report, it's to rank them, and then it will authorize staff to negotiate with 1, and then if that doesn't work out, 2, and then 3, as Larry said. So motion number 2 will be any specifics for the contract.
Okay, all right, got it. Okay.
All right. Seeing nothing further, does everyone have?
I thought Jeff was coming to get
Yep. We started asking questions, so he sat down.
So just to the city clerk, obviously, you'll calculate them and then give us the ranking for the lowest number, second lowest number, and third.
We probably need to give Mr. Ray just a few moments to do that before we proceed with any
Did all
further.
council members turn in their ranking? Okay, Mayor, we can take a 5-minute break.
All right, we're going to take a 2-minute break. Meeting back into order. And is this a Kim, or are you, or is it Ray?
City clerk will read the results.
All right, Mr. City Clerk.
Okay, the firm with the lowest total points of 9, and therefore the council's first choice is Half Firm.
All right.
The second-ranked firm with a total number of 12 points is Anchors, and the third-ranked firm with 21 points is Volker. So it's Half, Anchor, Volker.
All right, thank you.
We would need a motion from council.
I'll move to authorize staff to negotiate a contract which will be subject to final approval by the city council, starting with the top-ranked firm, Half, and if negotiations with that firm fail, moving down the list of the 3 firms in order of ranking until a proposed contract is reached with the firm.
Second that motion.
All right, I have a motion, and I do have a second. Not seeing any further discussions. Yes, sir.
One question. The contract will come back to us, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right, seeing nothing on the board, we will call the vote, and if we can get that back on the screen. All right, ayes have it, 7-0, so moved. Thank all 3 of you guys for being here. Appreciate your time and talent. Thank you for being here and considering us.
Mayor, I think,
Sure, yeah, please be recognized. Come to the,
Press the button.
oh, just the gray button on the pad there. Yes, sir.
There you go. I heard you say that there's a pre-construction meeting Wednesday for phase 1.
That's correct.
We would definitely need to be there.
Love to have you.
If you could
We'll get you
notify
details.
us.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
They also said that they won't start the project until we have a contract with y'all. So
We're ready, willing, and able. So,
Good
thank
thing you're
you.
on Main Street.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you. Yeah, push it off, please. All right. Anything else? Yes, Ms. Trammell.
I don't need to make the motion, but what I wanted to say is whoever gets the contract, whichever one of these 3 gets the contract, I want that contract to include the cameras for real life, for our citizens to know what's going on out there. So I guess I can make that a motion in case, because Half did promote the cameras and they have one, but if the other 2 end up being the selection, I would like them to include and have cameras as part of the project so that our citizens can tie into those cameras and see exactly what's going on every day.
Well, I'll second that if you're making a motion.
It's a motion.
All right. Got a motion, second?
yeah, I have a question.
Go on in.
What are you concerned about the selection? Because we just selected the top firm, and as long as we have a contract
We did, but if
with
the
them-
contract does not go through, then you go to the second one.
Right,
So
so
that's
you're
why.
worried about the contract.
So I'm saying if the contract doesn't go through and we go to number 2 or number 3, I want that included in their contracts.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Oh, it does.
Yeah, okay, okay.
I'm
I
pretty
think
sure
it's
they
good for-
want the contract. They're going to work with us.
Well, I'm sure they will, but
Okay.
that's why I said what I asked the question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Good due diligence. All right, I have my motion, I have my second. We've had discussion. Anything further? Seeing none, I'll call the motion,
The vote.
the question. All right, ayes have it so moved. It is added to the contract. Mr. Jones, boss man Larry Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4D is regarding the undergrounding update, and we have our consultants here that's going to share a brief presentation, but while they're setting up, let me tee it up for them a little bit. Across the scope of the project where we are undergrounding the power lines on Harper Boulevard 98, there are about 60 parking lots that have light fixtures in them. The request before you tonight is to consider funding $147,000 of the infrastructure being the conduit that will service those fixtures. And Mark, if I get any of this wrong, set me straight. because once the underground is complete, there will not be option to service those by overhead. So what we've asked the consultant to do is to bring a brief presentation that will say that the poles and the fixtures along the highway will be the same ones that FP&L will charge a monthly fee for those parking lot fixtures that will have to be replaced. And by approving this $147,000, which we would anticipate would come from the landscaping component of that project, which is in the budget, we will have some continuity into the look of the fixtures along the roadway and in the parking lots. Along with that, and this part would require a legislative sponsor if you so desired, would be an amendment to the Land Development Code that would require any future parking lot lights in whatever segment you would determine appropriate would meet the same standard that we're going to be requiring. FP&L, if this is done, the property owners and businesses would pay a monthly charge per pole, per light, and that'll be between them and FP&L, but this would be their option to use the same fixtures and poles that we're using for street lights along the roadway. So I'll turn it over, and if I didn't cover that, I'll let you take care of that for us, Mr. Mark.
All right, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for having me here tonight. I'll be brief. I know you guys have had a long night, and I'll try to get out of here. Before I want to start talking about the parking lot lights, I did want to kind of just briefly update you on the project status. So I did bring the owner of the contracting company and his project manager is here tonight, just in case you guys have any questions about the construction. They just wanted to be present during this. But I thought it would be good for, there's a lot of maybe residents that are watching or that are maybe here tonight. I know most of you guys understand the boring operation, but as you guys know, and I'll talk about it here briefly, from Main Street to the bridge, to the West Bridge, we've got everything installed, both the north and south corridor. And then we've got about probably a little over half a mile to the east of that. So we're pretty close to getting that. The hardest part of this entire project is the conduit. You're gonna have the wire later transfer. You're just pulling that through there. So as you guys know that, I just wanted to share with you. So that's what we're putting in on both sides of the road for just FPL and underneath the sidewalk. So it kind of gives you a picture. And then this is the carrier pipe. So you've got the different communication companies that are attached to the pole, and they're going in there. So this is basically what we're trying to stack and put underneath the sidewalk. And as you know, tons of existing utilities. But I just thought it's kind of a huge milestone. For whatever reason, we all thought it'd be a great idea to start from Main Street and go west, the tightest corridor. But what that did is it gave us time to kind of make any adjustments that we may need. So as we go to the east, where we feel like it gets a little more open, we didn't lose time. So the way that this project's going to work is, once we get that infrastructure in, what we're trying to do is work with FPL. They're actually here today. We've had meetings with them for most of the day. So they're out here. You got a phenomenal FPL team. We've never worked with such a good group in our life. So what we're talking about doing is from Main Street to the West Bridge. The switching is the hardest part of the job because all the infrastructure's in, the wire's in, the equipment's set. We've got everything ready to go. Now we're waiting for the power company to get everything energized, both aerial and underground. The problem with that is because it's so integral, you have so many businesses and the reliability, it's a real long, tedious process. And then to add to that layer, we're tying into existing Gulf power system with new FPL infrastructure. So it's kind of a merge. So it's a convoluted process. But anyway, what we tried to do, the short version of this was, if we can get that started, get that piece turned over, while we're progressing to the east, we can already be underway. So what we're trying to do is just save time. So our whole goal with this job, I know the contractor made the commitment to, one, kind of get this project done efficiently, quick, without change orders. The other thing was to be here routinely or quarterly, just to be here in case you have questions. We want to be transparent, but tonight what we wanted to share with you is we're 62, probably closer to 65% complete with all of the major infrastructure underground. And that's comprised of everything, like I said, from the bridge just past Main Street. We're 39% contract time. So we're way ahead of the schedule with getting that. So what we're trying to do is make up as much time in the construction side of it so that when we get to the switching, that's the slower process. We're at least ahead of that schedule. So we're doing everything we can behind the scenes. There's a lot of interaction. Can't thank FPL's group. We've got a wonderful relationship. You guys had an existing relationship with Bernard and those folks. That's carried a long weight. So we're just thrilled to kind of be up here and kind of present that we're kind of at that main milestone. So we're basically a little over 6 months in on an 18-month job, so a third of the way in, and our progress is extremely looking really good. Budget, so the project is units, so we won't know until we get to the end of the job, but as of now, we're right on target, so nothing's come. We haven't had any big surprises. I would imagine that your biggest surprise would have been kind of encountered on that west end, because that's where a lot of the problems lie. So that's kind of good on that. And then right now, I can't guarantee anything. The contractor's here in case we want to put them on the spot, but we think that we'll be able to get a little momentum going through the off-season. So when we get into the October, November timeframe, we might be able to have all of the major infrastructure in. That's the carriers, everybody. Then our focus is just pulling wire through, so it doesn't really have impact. A lot of the boring machines are gone, the impacts to the driveways, and a lot of that. So that's kind of our forecast going forward. So I kind of jumped to the next slide. We can go to the third one. So that's just your phasing map. As you already know, what you see in red is what we're focused on, phase one. So that goes from the West Bridge to Airport Road. The next slide is just basically where the first section is pretty much predominantly complete. So you've got the West Bridge to Main Street's almost all complete. Now they're going to go in there and set boxes, some intricate stuff, but for the large part, that's the hardest thing to get in the ground is the conduit infrastructure. So we're good on that. So tonight's subject, city manager did a great job kind of laying that out, but basically there's a FPL street lighting tariff, and basically what that is it requires the customers to pay up front for the conduit work. All the other components, the actual parking lot, the LED fixture, stuff like that, that just gets billed on a monthly basis. So as we're approaching this project, a lot of the businesses that we're working with, that we're trying to get easements from, they had said that's kind of a big impact. We also thought that there would be some consistency and also being able to take advantage of, if we work to get this project on schedule, and we want to get the lines out, we need to get those connections down. So it seems like it's just seamless to kind of get it done, captured now, and take that burden off of the property owners. In some instances, in talking with FPL Street Lighting Group, there's actually going to be a savings to some of these business owners. So where they might have a standard bulb type fixture, or maybe it's attached to an old pole, some of the new LED lights will actually be improved, so you have better LED light. It might reduce the count that they have. The LED's cheaper than the old bulbs, so it'll wind up, it could be that they've got a lower monthly fee, so that's positive for the residents. So 2 more slides in, I've got the existing floodlights, and what I start with that is there's a monthly fee of about $40 to $55 a month is what they're currently paying. The existing parking lot light is basically between $9 to $18 a month. So if they've got the big floodlight, they're paying somewhere right now between $44 to $55 a light fixture. And they have just the standard smaller lights, those are about $9 to $18 a month. The next slide kind of shows some examples. I won't go into it, but it's in your presentation. It just kind of shows you what's out there now, what those payments are, so we kind of summarize that for you. The next slide, we went through and we basically did a field calculation of everything. So we went to every business that has the parking lots. We did the measurements, takeoffs, everything. So we now know exactly that there's 59 affected parcels. We know that there's about 14,000 linear feet of conduit needed to facilitate all those lights. And we've got an estimated cost from FPL of $10.50 a linear foot for that. So we're looking at a total of about $147,000 to do that during the project. The next slide is basically what the customers can expect from the change. So basically, I gave you the prices before the floodlight. This will change to $26, so you can see it's a reduction in their bill. The monthly costs for the parking, the regular parking lots, are slightly higher, the LED, the fixtures, so they run a little bit more. But I think all in all, what we're hearing from FPL is maybe if you have 3 lights now, because of these new light fixtures and the illumination from them, you probably won't need as many. So they could also wind up reducing an entire pole and light itself. So that's would be between the customer and FPL to do that. The next page is just basically the summary of those costs and how we came up with the average. So that's directly from FPL. And then the next slide is basically the last thing is the existing parking lot pole. And I think this one we want to kind of take a second on because the monthly cost is $20 a month currently, and the new cost will be $17.50, so there's a slight reduction. Here's the thing, I've got on the next slide a picture of the pole. So if you guys remember, I know this isn't probably the best picture example that we got from FPL, but we're trying to put it in short order together. These poles are concrete black poles that are very similar to the ones that we're putting on the corridor. So you're going to have consistency when you go through the corridor. Everything's going to kind of blend in. So these lights, if we went with this option, would be almost identical to the ones that you're putting on the corridor as far as aesthetic. So concrete, there's the stability, the weather, the storms. They're just a better light all around. So these are the black lights. So the cost that I gave you, they have a variety of different poles. You can go with standard concrete, all kinds of aluminum poles, but we feel like this one ties in and it's right there in line with what those costs would be. So with that, I just wanted to see if, I know I kind of said a lot in a short amount of period, but I didn't want to tie up too much time. See if you guys had questions that we can maybe answer.
Yep, all right. First, I got Councilman Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure who the question's for, but the $147,000, is that just for putting the conduit in, and then there's additional price for running the wires?
So that the $147,000 is for just the conduit. The wire, the streetlights, the poles, everything else is all done on a monthly basis. And that's how it's set up for the customers now. So that's all, no, we don't have to worry about any costs with wire or any of the other work. That's worked out between the owners and FPL on a monthly basis. Unfortunately, the conduit's the only thing they can't. We thought maybe they would be able to go in and just pay it in a monthly installment, but they don't, so it's got to be paid up front. So as you can imagine, that's a hardship for a lot of people to try to do that. And the timing's the most critical component of that, right? We want to get that done so we can get the poles out when we're ready to get them out. So that just allows for some uniformity.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, I would just ask Mr. Destin, I'll wait till he gets done talking to Sandy. Okay, if he would consider being the legislative sponsor. I mean, he's the one with the business down in the harbor area where we're doing this, and the land, and whatever he thinks we should do down there, I'm pretty much on board. So I would just ask he be the legislative sponsor if he's willing to do that.
Well, I would just love to be. However, since I am a property owner down there, I'm afraid the Florida Ethics Commission would not like that too much. And I'm afraid that I may well not be able to vote on this issue at all.
Because you're a business.
Because,
Property's affected.
yeah, because I'm a property owner, and if the city is paying, then
Yeah.
I would be getting financial benefit. At least that is the theory.
All right.
Okay, I'll be the legislative sponsor of that because I have nothing to do with the harbor area other than eating at Dewey's about once a month. So.
All right, with that, Councilwoman Hebert.
That's a benefit.
Well, I was going to say I'd be the legislative sponsor. I haven't even eaten at Dewey, so I can't even give that credit yet. My other question was the 147, that needs to be paid from us, the city, like now. Is that correct?
Soon. We have time, so that's not anything that we have to do tomorrow. We just wanted to bring it sooner than later so that when we get to that part, we're in position to do it. Plus, we're out there doing the boring now, so it's perfect just to go through. This doesn't affect anything that we've already done on the corridor. We still have to go into some of those properties, shoot the line to the services. These are very non-invasive, very quick operations, so we can do it. But I would say sooner than later. And I think city manager, mentioned too, there's a landscape budget that we never put in the contractor's budget. So we have that. We just didn't know what y'all would decide to do with that, and we thought that would be appropriate. And then, whether you decide to do things around some of the transformers or the equipment's down the road. So if you remember back at the beginning of the job, we said, we'll just keep that separate and decide how to spend that later. So we thought maybe that would be the most appropriate way, and doesn't come really out of any, we don't have to come up with extra money for it.
And then my other question is, the black concrete, is that like a painted concrete, or is it like dyed before you create the poles?
I don't know that I can answer that question. I believe that it's just when they coat it, right? It's got a coating, so I know it's not part of the concrete, but I don't know what type of coating it is. But I do know that a lot of the beach communities that have had those black poles for a while, the concrete, they've lasted for years, and they're all in the same similar way. Most of our jobs are coastal, so they've got the aggressive environment, a lot of salt water. They hold up extremely well. That would be my preference.
Well, that was my question, was if it's a paint or if it's something that's going to deteriorate, rate within, 5, 10 years because of the salt and the air, but it sounds like it's already been investigated.
The good news with the pole is FPL owns that, and they have to keep it maintained for the customer, so if it does go bad, they got to come in and swap it out, so it wouldn't be the city in those situations.
Well,
So
good,
that's
we'll make
good.
sure Bernard's people know that, right?
Yeah, exactly, we'll call Bernard.
Thank
So,
you.
Councilwoman
thank you.
Trammell?
This is for Mr. Jones. Is there another pot of money that we can get that out of other than landscaping? Because it seems to me that that's where we take it out of all the time, and we end up looking half done.
I will defer to Ms. Crystal. and
Okay.
We'll get you an answer.
Yeah, so the bottom line is we're using electric franchise fees to pay this. And just so you know, the landscaping budget that was put into that resolution or the ordinance when we adopted the electric franchise fees and dedicated a portion to undergrounding, they dedicated 10% of the amount that's coming in. So that's coming in at about $90,000 a year, and we haven't even nipped that yet. So there's a lot of landscaping money, but the bottom line is we'll be using electric franchise fees to pay for this.
Good question. Anything else? All right, thank you. Councilman Bagley.
Mayor, I move to direct the city manager to approve a change order consistent with the consultant's presentation and bring back any necessary budget amendment to the city council, taking those funds from the landscaping budget as we discussed.
Second.
Motion, second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing
Sure
none.
want to give the contractor a hard time while he's here?
I got a question for him after we pass
You
this.
really want us to, I'll wait on my next motion. I'll bring him out.
Yeah. All right, seeing no further discussion, call the vote. All right, I got 6-0, 1 abstention, and I think we know who that is. Mr. Ray Bailey, if you can help with the paperwork at your convenience. Did you have anything else,
Yep,
Councilman
I
Bagley?
do. I move to direct the city manager and city attorney to prepare an ordinance for future council consideration to require uniform light poles consistent with the consultant's presentation, and after, if I get a second.
Second.
Okay. You know, this is one of the things we have been trying to do since we set up the CRAs, both the CRAs. And if you look at those little shepherd's crook lights out on commons, we were going to have a theme, and we were going to have, and these light poles are different, but at least we'll have the same thing all the way down 98, at some point in time, because it just aesthetically is more calming and more pleasing for this community. So I am all in on doing this at least the entire length of 98, if not the major feeder roads into 98, but we'll deal with that when they bring the ordinance back.
All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll call the vote on Mr. Bagley's motion. All right, ayes have it 7-0, so moved. All right, any last words, any questions? Nope. Seeing none, we'll keep this ball rolling.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4E is regarding the public beach vending RFP discussion. It was requested that staff bring back some thoughts regarding what a procurement would look like if we were to entertain the idea of beach vending. So what you have in your document, in your packet, are some city standards and limitations, some requested responses from an applicant. There's a Walton County example of their beach vendor RFP that they went out with earlier, late last year, and their ordinance that regulates beach vending. So as we move, question number 1 is, do we want to allow vending? There's a discussion later on about bonfires. And if we want to entertain bonfires, we have to amend the code that will allow vending to some degree. So, and in this process, we would look at whether we would award separate proposals for different beaches or one universal. But before we get too deep in that discussion, I think it would be interesting to hear from council if there is an appetite to consider beach vending beyond what we have here. what you've seen, and we're prepared to move forward. But if there's no appetite for it, we certainly don't want to waste council time or staff time.
Right.
So,
Well, I certainly love the idea, but we will absolutely hear from council. So Councilman Bagby up first.
Yeah, I'm not hard over on the beach vending. I'm not, having dealt with it and gone through about 4 iterations of the beach vending ordinance in Walton County, when I was at TDC, between ghost chairs and lines and people out there at 5:30 in the morning drilling holes in the ground. The other thing, and this isn't Walton County, they have 60-some-odd beach access points, the 26 miles of their county. You know, we have very limited public beach. And I haven't heard a great outcry that the people of this city, and if I was going to hear one, I'd probably hear it in my neighborhood, for beach vendors to go out there. I know the county has them at James Lee Park. We don't even own James Lee Park. So when you look at the sections of beach that we would actually control, it'd be very few. And there's nothing that prevents these private beachfront property owners from saying, hey, I want you to come out here every day to my house and set up 2 umbrellas and 4 chairs, and, you know, how much you going to charge me? That's a service, but that's not, you know, not for us. So until I hear some major outcry, I think the juice is not worth the squeeze, quite honestly. But if we do decide, you know, and we should, I agree with your premise, if we want it, it ought to be heavily, you know, we need to control it. And if we don't want it, or we're not, we're kind of ambivalent, which is probably where I am, then we need to stay out of it.
Councilwoman Trammell.
I'm not for vending on the beach. I think basically what Mr. Bagby said was very appropriate. But I think when we're looking at this, I think we need to think about only approving what we can service. We can't control this. We can put all the limitations on all of this, and we can't get out there to see if anybody's breaking them. We can't do it. We can't do what we're doing right now. So I would say no, and I would say Destin is in a very unique position. We offer no vending on the beach, which is unlike any other beach, which makes us unique in that way. We don't have to follow everybody else. So my answer to that would be no.
Councilman Gao.
All right. So as you all know, I'm the one that proposed this originally. And I'm not saying I'm for or against beach vending. What I'm saying is, as a council, we need to do our due diligence and at least look at what options are out there. For us to actually make a decision, we needed to see the regulation that would potentially be in place, how it would affect our community, and make a decision based off the data that was presented by staff. So that was the reason I requested it, is so that we could all be educated and informed and make an informed decision.
Councilman Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, at this point, I can't support beach vending. For whatever reason, we don't have complaints, and to the best of my knowledge, code compliance not are fighting with beach vendors anymore, and I know that was a huge problem 2 or 3 years ago. I don't want to open that can of worms up again. So right now, like Mr. Bagby said, there's not a big outcry for it, so I can't support it.
Councilwoman Hebert.
I feel like we don't have the manpower to enforce something like this, and we only have a certain amount of our own beaches. So for us to say, you know, we can allow beach vending, then before you know it, it's like, okay, we only control this little pod here, this little piece of beach here. So I feel like, you know, people may want us to allow this, but realistically, we don't have, how many miles of beach do they have in Walton County? We're not like
They
Walton
have,
County, so.
20 of which 12, wait, let's see. State Park 6.
Yeah.
They have 26 total. State
So,
Park 6.
we don't,
and they
yeah.
have like 8 miles or 9 miles.
We don't even have a mile that we truly own. So to try and do beach vending is kind of, it's a hard sell for me to say, yes, we need to put this in place. I don't think we could manage it.
Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, thanks. I just have a few questions for clarification.
Yes, sir.
You said, Mr. Bagby, that we only have certain areas where we could do this. So does that mean that people like on 98, Gulf Shore Drive, Oceana, by Holiday Isle properties, they're allowed to have vending on their beach? Like they can just start vending? They can have a bonfire, they can sell trinkets, they can sell ice cream, they can just do it? I'm confused by what you meant by we don't have a lot of area. Like
We don't have a lot of area is
Public?
just that, public area. Yeah,
But
that we
it could be
control.
done in-
If you're a private beachfront property owner, there's nothing that, to my knowledge, I'll ask the attorney, but there's nothing to my knowledge that would prevent you saying, hey, Kevin, I want you to come down here every day and put down 2 umbrellas and 4 chairs, and I'll give you $500 if you do it from March 1st to September 15th on my private property, not below the mean high water line or below the ECL or anything like that, not getting, into that discussion, but just on my private property. It'd be no different than if I went down as a private beachfront property owner and put out chairs and umbrellas every day.
But not bonfires.
Not bonfires. That's a whole different issue. And
So you're only talking about umbrellas and chairs.
that's
This
all
is
that's
vending.
all that's before us right now.
I don't know, this says
Yeah, let me,
public beach vending.
yeah, this would be
Yard.
much more
I just
than
want to be
umbrellas and
understanding
chairs
here.
if it was at council's certainly discretion, but our understanding was it may include food, it may include beverages, it may include T-shirts, but that would be the parameters that you would set around any allowance, any permittable activity. So it may be bonfires, it might at some point be weddings, but those things, in order to allow any of those individually, there has to be some mechanism to allow that. Now, so this would be a broader discussion of if we wish to allow something, and then decide what that something would be and where that something would be. One thing that I would suggest that while enforcement is always an issue, if we allowed vending on a limited basis, particularly on our public accesses, there would be a lot of self-regulation going on there as to if I'm permitted to sell T-shirts at one spot, you rest assured that I'm going to make sure no one else comes there selling T-shirts, if that be the case. And later on, we'll have some conversation about whether the ordinance to allow the sheriff to declare vending without a permit, it would be a misdemeanor, an arrestable offense. That if you go down that path, that certainly gives me, as that one permitted vendor, the opportunity to call the sheriff's office and say, hey, I got a guy down here that's breaking the law. And so there is some teeth that can go in to the permitted uses on a limited basis. And again, that's whether it's selling merchandise, selling food, or vending fires, or maybe weddings at some point. So.
All right, and then with that, I'm going to get Aber to wrap it up, and then I'll have you up.
Oh, I apologize.
No, that was good. I was glad you brought it up. What I wanted to point out is that's all well and good that you're paying to sell T-shirts, or say you paid for, you're going to sell ice cream on our public beach, and you may go across the private to get to the next piece of our public beach, and you're going to help monitor that because you've paid for it. Look at the problem we're having right now with all of our pontoon boat operators. We have probably 20 of them calling us every week. We've got rogue operators launching out at that Leonard Park off of Calhoun. John was telling us tonight that there was people at those transient piers picking up illegally all 4th of July weekend, and we couldn't get code down there. We didn't have enough people to enforce it. So I feel like until we have a staff of 20 code enforcement, which I'll never see that, We're never going to be able to enforce things if we start handing out permits. We're just going to punish the people that are permitted because your rogue operators are always going to find a way to get away with it. They're always going to want to do the least amount of work but reap the benefits and not pay to get the permitting. So I feel like it's too hard with our limited access to our own public beach, what we have as property that we own.
Just to be clear on a couple of things, we currently have permitting for beach umbrellas and chairs on public and private beach. So they would both come in for a permit if they were going to vend on the beach. This RFP would be however council wants it, but was intended to potentially open that up beyond chairs and umbrellas.
Right, Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, sorry, I guess I see that your request was to do an RFP potentially at our public beaches only. Maybe, is that what your intentions were?
Yes, because we can't really regulate too much of the private
Okay.
beaches.
Got it. So that's why you said we don't have a lot of public beaches then, which makes sense, so. But if somebody wanted to go be a vendor and sell straw hats, they can sell them on the beach behind private property? But if it's private property. right?
Like all of our land development regulations that affect private and public property. We regulate private property regularly through zoning every day. It's the same thing on the beach. We regulate both. You have to have a permit. You can't vend on public or private beach without a permit in the city. There are some condos and multifamily residential areas that have an amenity to their condo. That's different. But for commercial vending on the beach, you need a permit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is am I in favor of vending? I guess if we're gonna define it, and what does the vending mean? We already have ice cream being slung all over the place, left and right. That's vending, right? Ice cream seller, that's vending. $15 a pop, from a Spider-Man walking down the beach. I know that beach bonfire would be vending, I believe, right? So later we're going to talk about that in a separate item. But if we're all saying right now we're not even interested, I'm a little confused, but I would be in favor of some sort of vending at our public beach. I mean, selling drinks and snacks and food is a nice thing to offer to people that are going to the beach sometimes. So I'd be open to that too. So, but it's all good. It's a very confusing topic for sure. It sounds like people have been slinging ice cream for decades around here. So somehow or another, people have been vending in Destin for decades. So I don't know what I'm missing then. Why we're not? I'm confused. On the topic
I
completely.
think that was misleading when she said we've been slinging ice cream for decades on the
Okay.
beach. That hasn't happened.
We haven't been, and we don't allow it. Right? Okay.
Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think I would be in favor of opening the beach up to vending, kind of turn it into a carnival. As I read through the Walton County ordinance, even they, who allow vending, say it has to be on a specific site. You're not allowed to go up and down the beach with a cart. That's not allowed in Walton County either. So that's really the issue we're dealing with now. And so I would not be in favor of going forward with this issue at this time until I hear from the folks who live and own property on the beach that they really want us to let people do that kind of activity, and I've not heard that.
All right. Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, I just want to see if I can't help explain this to Kevin. If I'm a private beachfront owner and I contract with somebody to come down and set up chairs and umbrellas for me or my guests or whatever on my little piece of land, that's not the same thing as that person going down, and I think as Rodney said, hawking, setting up a stand and saying, and running up and down going, hey, we're selling or renting umbrellas and chairs, you tell me and I'll have my guy who's set up here on this little private piece of property to run down and set up for you and you and you. A lot of the condos, a lot of the neighborhoods or whatever resorts you want to call them, have tiki huts or have little snack bars or whatever, which is down near the beach, right across the street, Silver Shells, you know, they have their little tiki hut down there, and there are others. James Lee Park has a whole restaurant that the county lets be there, but that's different. You know, if it were up to me, I would have, and I know I'll get slammed for this, I wouldn't even have the ice cream going up and down in the wagons selling, because that's one of the things that has that village feel, is I bring my cooler down or whatever, and I do it. Plus, I don't like the government setting up a monopoly, which is when you have, if you go the route Walton County and others have gone before in some of their iterations, you say, okay, we're going to do an RFP, we're going to pick the vendor, okay, and they're the vendor. And yes, we're getting part of the cut, but that's a monopoly, and that's not government's business. But that's not really part of this discussion. It's probably going to be part of the fire pit discussion, though. But that's the vending that I'm talking about.
And I'll give Kevin some grace, because I was on that wavelength too of, yeah, I'm not necessarily for public beach vending. I would like our private corporations and residents to have the option to do very strict, refined vending of our choosing. But I think I was getting ready for the fire, thinking that we needed this for the fire. So yeah, I would say, from what I've heard and the people I've talked to, I think one of the biggest things that they're excited about, even with our groundbreaking this morning, was, please tell me there's going to be no vending. And I'm like, nope, no vending. And I'm thinking just chairs in my head. And everyone's like, oh, thank goodness. Oh, my gosh, that's great. So I would say, to everyone's point so far, I think the public beach vending seems to be on the side of, let's not have it on the parcels that we're buying for the beach. But just so we, you know, not to skip ahead, but I would really love to see some bonfires that are hyper-controlled, because me, with a dozen of the people that are in this room, like to go out and do some beach cleaning, and the last thing I want to pick up is some ash and soot on top of that. So I'm going to speak on a little out of turn and say I can't wait to talk bonfires. So with that, do we need a motion, or you got your consensus, being that this is kind of an open forum?
To me, a motion would be
Yeah.
nice clarity.
Nice clarity, yeah, let's just wrap this up in a bow.
Clarity.
With that, do I,
Well, since I made the initial, I'll make the motion that we do not allow beach vending in Destin.
all right, we have the motion in the negative, so voting in the affirmative would allow the no, not to confuse the heck out of everyone.
Second.
Make it simple. Substitute motion, we will not go forward with vending in Destin at this time.
You just got schooled.
May I ask for some clarity, Mr. Mayor?
No, we're about confusion up here, no.
Now that, well, my clarity would be, we have another agenda item regarding bonfires on the beach.
But that's discussion.
Ma'am,
That was for discussion.
that was for a public hearing to get public input. If we vote to have no vending on the beach, would that preclude us from moving forward with that discussion or not? Just for clarity. We're good either way.
Legal.
I'm with him, and that's why I don't want to go all in on agreeing to that right now, because I think we need to talk about some potential options for.
So I'll leave the question. Kim, would that prohibit us from allowing bonfires on the beach? I'd carve out.
Well, you can carve it out of your motion if you'd like.
Very good. It will not apply to bonfires.
Oh,
Not-
button.
My legal opinion
Where's
was
the
that
button? We got it.
we will carve it out of this prohibition, but I don't see it as vending to have a bonfire on the beach. But that's why you get paid all the money.
I think the reason is because we were talking about the RFP or RFB. So in that context, the way Walton County did the bonfires is through the RFP for vending.
I saw that. Okay, so we're carving out.
Bonfires
Bonfires,
and
that
just
is
no vending for now,
Yeah, for this point,
for this.
yeah, because tabling it would make it go to the next meeting.
No, we're not tabling.
Yep, all right. Everyone thoroughly confused? Yeah. Fantastic. All right, we'll call it unless anyone needs some clarification.
So yes means no.
Yes means a no.
Yes.
Yes means we're not. Kevin said no.
We're playing golf again. Yeah. All right. Ayes have it, so moved.
Next item.
Next item.
Next item is regarding transient boat slip signage for discussion and possible direction. After your last meeting, we held a code compliance hearing for the magistrate where the Mr. Perry's property that was denied their request to amend their development order requiring a certain number of transient boat slips or public boat slips. We asked them to remove the signage after they agreed that they were in violation on 3 slips, which was all before the magistrate at that time. We asked them to remove their signage and to install signage identifying those 3 slips as transient or public slips. They balked at that and their argument was there was no provision in our code to require them to post those signs that said transit or public slips, and they were kind of right. So after some discussion, and we did get them to agree to put some signs up, but they were probably not the best they could have been. So we, council and I had a couple of conversations, or probably many conversations, about how we move that forward. So we came to the idea that if we're going to have public or transient slips, we should have some signage that says this is a public or transient slip. And if we're going to do that, why not have a universal sign that all transit or public slips are identified? And Mr. Stevens made a recommendation after we published our agenda that maybe some language on that also included no commercial activity would be appropriate. So what you see on your screen is a mock-up of a sign that would potentially be required for all transit slips within the harbor. And if we have an appetite for that, we will need a legislative sponsor because it will require a amendment to the Land Development Code that says transit slips will have a sign, and that sign will be designed and developed by the city, and that they will be universal for all transit slips, whether they're existing now or as we identify them going forward. So that's kind of the discussion where we got here, and whatever direction council wishes to take, we'd follow.
I'm going to save mine to the end. You want to jump in?
I will be the legislative sponsor to put that in, make it a uniform sign across the board.
All right.
Okay.
All right, and then Councilwoman Trammell?
I was just going to say I'd be the legislative sponsor, but in looking at this sign, I like it, but I think it would hold more weight if we would actually put our code line at the bottom, that they would violate then at that point if there was commercial activity. That's all.
We can put, once we have a section number and you all pass the ordinance, we can, that's a good plan. We'll add it to the sign.
So in addition to this, and I'm shooting myself for not just taking a photo of it so we can see it as well, I think one of the biggest confusions, and maybe unintentionally or maybe intentionally, the biggest misdirects from those docks, and I understand where they're coming from, is across the very front. So if you're in the harbor looking to the side, there's big no parking on the very front, or I guess perhaps the back of the dock, which makes sense because that's where the taxi goes. So they're saying no parking here, but it's so big and bold that it looks like no parking anywhere. Like if I didn't know better, it would look like that whole dock is off limits. So I think in addition to the transient slips that I'm assuming would be facing the slips, which would mean the sign is not facing outward where all the public would be able to view it. You'd be against the side of the sign. Perhaps we also, and I hate to just muddy the water, but perhaps we also need a sign or some version of the sign to also undermine their no docking to taxi slip, public transit slips, because even if those signs are up, my fear is the big red no docking sign is going to override any of these signs. So that's just kind of my concern from just being out there on the 3rd of this past weekend on Friday is I like this, but I also think there might be one more step to really minimize the confusion of what that dock really is.
So this is going to be a harbor-wide ordinance. It's not with respect to any one property, just for the record. There's other property owners in the city right now that already have signs, and we're just trying to make them uniform. But that is a good suggestion, and we could put that additional language into the new ordinance that we just obtained a legislative sponsor for
Okay.
as well. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, I got Councilman Braden.
Thank you. Yeah, my concern was somewhat along the same lines as is the ones at the edge. They're horizontal, and so we need to be able to, I guess, have a sign, a vertical sign like this, and a horizontal design. And just my personal preference, I'd rather have public up top instead of notice.
That's certainly fine. I mean,
Yeah,
this is just a mock-up to an
Right.
example of some uniformity.
I like it.
And that's
All right, Councilman Destin.
Good suggestion, Mark.
We do have a motion, right? You sponsored it? And it's to be a sign somewhat like this. And the only problem I have, Mayor, with what you're saying is it sounds like we may get into a dueling sign with property owners who can put the biggest, loudest sign, and I
That's
don't.
why it needs to be uniform.
Yep, I know, but what the mayor was suggesting, that it's not part of the motion, I get it. I just don't know how we can win a dueling sign competition apart from what we're voting on right now.
Correct, yeah, and I didn't mean to, I guess, muddy the motion
Okay.
with another possible motion, I guess.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, I'll kind of reiterate that in a moment then, so we'll keep it to this motion. All right, seeing no further discussions on public transient slips, I'll call the vote with our sponsor in hand. All right, ayes have it, so moved. And then I guess to Ms. Kopp's point, perhaps I ask if anyone would like to be a legislative sponsor for a sign that defines taxiing and what the water taxi location is. Would that solve that issue?
I think we can put it all into the same ordinance if you all just want to come to a consensus on what you want in there. Or we can bring you something on first reading and you can let us know if you're good with it. I don't think you
yeah.
need a separate ordinance for
Okay,
that.
yeah, I guess, I don't want to,
Yeah,
Councilman
that's
Destin's point, I don't want to muddy this with another thing.
With all due respect, the discussion and the motion specifically prohibited that to be part of this.
A no taxiing sign?
We narrowed it down to this particular sign, and that was made pretty clear during the motion
Okay,
process.
I
For
thought we
public
were just
transit
having
slips.
uniform signage for public slips. So no taxiing would be consistent, but if you want separate ordinances, that's fine.
No, I think that would would confirm with what the discussion was.
Okay.
I specifically asked that question.
All right, so I guess, and I think it's not necessarily of taking the no off as it is making it just uniform across what a taxi docking slip is and isn't, and a transient slip is and isn't through the signage that we're trying to uniform. So I think if we're going to run that in parallel, is if anyone would like to be the legislative sponsor or a motion to this?
I think what you're trying to do is you're upset there's a sign on the edge of the dock that says no parking. But there's lots of private docks across the harbor that we have transient slips further in.
Okay.
That have a private boat on the outside that also says, so you're almost wanting to have street signs in the harbor directing people where the transient slips are. I get it.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna be able to tell a private property owner of the private dock, because Mr. Perry built those docks.
Correct.
Some of the slips are transient slips.
That's right.
But I just, you know.
Yeah, no, and I have nothing
know,
against
I'm
them.
all about transient slips.
Yeah.
I think we know that.
Yeah,
but
no, for me,
trying to help you. But.
For sure, no, and it's not against like trying to push one individual. The reality is I'm trying to just clear the confusion of what is and isn't. And the illusion of what isn't out there is that there's no docking at that dock. So that was just where I'm coming from as a visual from Friday that I saw. So just throwing some.
I'd be fearful for the government to step in and try to.
I challenge myself and my libertarian views daily. All right, so with that, we'll just push on. Seeing no appetite, we'll keep on rolling.
Larry, G.
Yep, appointment of council.
Yes. 4G, there are a number of boards that we have council representation on, and you have a list there, but if you look at the bottom three, which is the Okaloosa County Public Transit Cooperative Board, the Walton-Okaloosa Santa Rosa Regional Utility Authority, and the Emerald Coast Regional Council, have primary appointees but no alternate. So the question before you tonight is, do you wish to have alternates appointed to those three organizations?
All right, and with that, I'm just going to throw my name in the hat for the ECRC alternate. I was on there for a year. It was a lot of good learning, and with a lot of the new Safe Streets for All funding and a lot of things moving through that board, if Councilman Bagby, are you still the legislative slot?
I still am.
All right, so if he's not able to make it, I would love to be able to jump in there and at least speak to some of the initiatives that we have. But with that, Councilman Bagby, you're up.
Yeah, I have two motions. First motion is to appoint Mayor as the alternate for the ECRC.
All right, appreciate that. Any further discussions? Seeing none. And then Councilwoman Trammell, I'll save your spot there, so I'll clear it, but I'll come back to you. Yep. All right, thank you for that.
My second one is I'm willing to serve. I served as the chair of the RUA for about 4 years previously. I'm willing to be the alternate, but if somebody else wants to be the
I'll motion you to be
alternate.
the alternate.
And I'll second that.
Yeah, I know you will.
You have it, you got it.
You saw what happened to me when I showed up? Yeah. Vice chair.
That's it.
That's how it rolls.
All right, I got a motion. I see no further discussion. Call the vote. Oh, okay, I see what it's doing.
All right.
All right, and then I got, are you good? All right, Councilwoman Trammell?
I was just going to say that I would be the alternate. I was just going to say that I would be the alternate for the RUA.
Okay.
Mr. Bagby has it. Huh?
I can make that motion.
Spoke too soon.
I have been with a utility company for a long time.
All I want is gas in West Destin, or at least where I live. The
Gas?
Yeah,
Natural gas?
natural gas.
Oh, okay. All right.
What is the other?
The other one meets the fourth Thursday of every month. I can do the Public Transportation Cooperative.
I'll make a motion that Sandy Trammell be the alternate.
Second.
There you go.
Mayor Wagner.
Mayor,
Mhm.
you're the alternate.
All right.
We voted you in
You want it? All right, with that, I'll call the question.
Yes.
All right, ayes have it, so moved, 7-0. I appreciate everyone's willingness to step up for one more deeply paid position. All right.
Item, just a follow-up there. It was brought to our attention during our briefings that most of these organizations produce minutes from their meetings that are never shared with council. So we're going to put an effort into reaching out to these individual committees, and clerk has graciously agreed to help us with that, to provide minutes of those meetings to each of you members of council. So going forward, you'd have the opportunity to see what's going on.
Perfect.
4H are minutes from the standing board and committees for information. You have the absentee report from the volunteer committees and boards. Again, that's for information only. A few announcements. We were able to get the harbor side of Noriega Point open for boats prior to the 4th of July. Got the fencing moved up the hill slightly and enough to open the shoreline up and got the appropriate signage moved as well.
Larry, could you please explain for those in the public what you did to make that happen?
He can't say it up here in the public.
Probably wouldn't be a good idea. No.
Well, we appreciate it, and a lot of our constituents were very thankful to be able to park on Noriega Point. We as a team took care of that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And Councilmember Schmidt met us out there with the contractor and with the DEP rep, and they graciously agreed after some, as he chuckles.
We love you, Kevin. Thank you for taking that one for the team.
They heard us, I will say, loud and clear. $1 million appropriation from the legislature got signed into the budget by the governor. Among the $600 million that he vetoed on that day, our $1 million got by. So we're grateful for that. Our lobbyist, Kelly Horton, will be at our next meeting to kind of give us a wrap-up of the legislature, follow up on some of the things and any other questions we may have for her. We were asked at the last meeting about the RFP for the paid parking. Those are in. We were hoping to have that available tonight, but they were quite extensive. We had a number of them, so we're making sure we do a thorough review of those, and we'll have that recommendation back to you at the next meeting. Utility meeting scheduled for July the 16th. As you well know, we've had a tremendous amount of conflicts between those that are boring fiber optics in and other utilities and some of our natural gas, Destin water users. So we facilitated a meeting last week of all of those providers that said, quite frankly, we from the city are tired of getting caught in the crossfire. That there's so many instances where this one's saying they're the problem, and so we're going to have all players together in one room on the 16th from 4 to 6 p.m. So if you know of any unresolved conflicts between those or unresolved issues, let us know, and we'll reach out to get the details so we make sure we get the right parties together to make our best attempt to come to some resolution to these matters that have been long-standing for some, but we'll have the ability to pull up who was working where and when, so we can do our very best to move those conflicts out of our way. So we're looking forward to that time. And Dr. T, you have something else?
I do. In addition to what our city manager just said, if people listening in do have concerns and would like to show up on the 16th, we're super excited to have them there and present. But if they could please email publicinfo@cityofdestin.com ahead of time with names, addresses, and concerns, that's helping us facilitate to the right representatives at the various companies so that they come prepared on the 16th to make sure that we've got answers for the public when they show up. Also, happy to announce the incoming operations supervisor and training coordinator in code compliance. Mr. Chris Cook will be starting on July 14th. His responsibilities will mainly revolve around ensuring the day-to-day staffing and operations of the division, ensure all the officers and other code staff have the appropriate training. And finally, it's a community favorite, Big Truck Day, and that's going to be August 1st at the Community Center from 9 to 11 a.m. And we'll be posting about that and putting it on our website as well.
All right.
Next item is
Ray, you
regarding,
good? Been good, huh?
regarding bonfires on the beach. We were asked to hold this as a public hearing so we could take public input. So that's what's before you. So we reached out to our neighbors in Walton County and asked them to provide us information regarding how they manage that process, and that's been provided to you. But in a synopsis, there's a permitting process that is facilitated by the South Walton Fire District. The permits there are $105. $5 is a processing fee, and the other $100 is split equally between the county and the fire district. There was a substantial amount of revenue generated through that program for the county and the fire district. They split $936,000. No way is that going to be a reality in the city of Destin, but there is some magnitude there that shows there's some demand for fires. I've been in contact with the Destin Fire Control District. I met even earlier today to be sure we were in one accord moving forward, and they are here tonight, Chief Sasson, Fire Marshal, and we appreciate them being here. But we had a very good conversation earlier, and that we are certainly in sync on how this would move forward. So what you have also in your agenda packet are the Walton County rules for having a bonfire on the beach, the permit process and application, and then there's some discussion about the linear feet that the city of Destin has. So first question is, do we wish to have this discussion about bonfires? And I think we clearly spoke earlier that we would like to move this forward. So here's some things that we need to be cognizant of in this process. Should bonfires be allowed on public and private property? I would suggest that the public property being so limited that we only look at allowing them on private property. I think it would be unfair to have a 60-foot wide public access and have someone go build a fire at dusk and say nobody else can come to the beach tonight, because that's basically what would happen. Operators or vendors would be certified by the city or the fire district, whoever we deemed appropriate. All beach bonfires would be required to be permitted through the fire control district. A point of discussion is what would those permits cost? The fire pit setup would be in accordance with the city and the fire district's regulations. And prior to moving forward with any permitting, we would have those standards in place, and those that would participate would be required to follow those requirements. So where would we recommend locating them? Upland of the erosion control line or the mean high water mark, 25 feet from any property line, 100 feet from any habitable structure, 30 feet from any other bonfire, 200 feet from a marked or known sea turtle nest, 50 feet from any vehicle, public roads, other structures, plants, vegetations, or dunes. Materials must be hand carried to the site, as there's no vehicles allowed to transport that material. So all the bonfire material will be required to be placed into a container no larger than 4 feet in diameter. They must have a fire ring, and they must have a bottom. And I believe in Walton County, they must be 4 inches off the ground. No higher than 4 feet, so we can't have just, blazing bonfires of any magnitude. Could not be started with any or fueled by any flammable material. No treated lumber, no tar paper, rubber type products, glue impregnated materials, plastic, foam, or trash. Bonfire material would be free of any metals. All leave no trace ordinances and regulations would be strictly followed. We didn't develop most of this. Most of it we took out of our neighbor in Walton counties, and it's been functioning there for many years, and they've been very successful. So we did vet this with the Chief Sasser and the Fire Marshal earlier today, and we're in accord with these components. Certainly, this is just an outline. We can take it to whatever direction or degree the council would like. So with that, any direction you would have for us, again, it would take an amendment to the Land Development Code, so we'd need a legislative sponsor to move it forward to that end. The Fire District is here if you have any questions for them, and I know there's some from the public here that wishes to speak. So, Mr. Mayor, subject to your questions for us, we'll hand it off.
All right. I guess, is there any questions from the overview before I open this up to the public? Yep. All right. So from the public, if anyone here has wished to speak on this topic, this is your time to do so. I'll switch it up and start with my left, y'all's right. Anyone here wish to continue any bonfire talks? Yes, ma'am.
Personally, and I think that I speak for a lot of people, Carrie Harbarger, 307 Mountain Drive. Sorry.
I didn't think I needed to say that for you.
I'm sorry. I don't even know why we're having this discussion. I can't believe anybody wants to do that. I can see where Walton County has 26 miles to do it on. We do not. Why are we going to start that? We can't control it. We have, guys. Please don't do it. I ask you, please don't do it. We don't need it. It doesn't have any economical impact on us. We're not going to lose a bit of business, and most of the locals, we don't want it.
All right. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Gary Troop, 86 Shira Street. Whether you're for bonfires or not, until we get some code enforcement that's reliable and consistent, it's just a bad idea, period. Our beaches are where people come to see, and if they're covered with, stuff left over from fires and stuff, it's just going to make them ugly. And when you look at the numbers, I don't think we're going to get anywhere near 900,000. If you limited it, like you said, I think from, I just read one article, I apologize, I'm not totally up to speed on this, I've been out of the country, but you want to do it 180 days a year from October to March, right? That's what you were thinking about doing? That's what the article I read said? You're not going to do it during the summer, right? Because, anyway, maybe you will. I don't know. But if you do what was in the article, 180 days at $105, and there were 10 fires every day, I mean, you're talking about $180,000. It's not a compelling amount of money. And you're going to have to get code enforcement people to follow up on the vendors that they're doing it right, that they're cleaning up. And then you've got all the people that say, I don't need no stinking permit. I'm just going to, have a fire on the beach. So I think you just open up Pandora's box, to be honest with you. I like bonfires, but I don't want to put up with everybody else doing them. So, and I would say, though, if you said so, private beaches is where you're recommending it. So I'm not sure how that works. Are you going to, I guess, let the hotels and things do it? Is that your plan? I don't know. But if you do it on public beaches, if you decide to do it on that, then I think the private homeowner should have the opportunity to get a permit and do it if they want to do it. It shouldn't just, you shouldn't exclude them if you're going to do it. But overall, I think, you go to the harbor, you go to the beach, and we're not enforcing any of our ordinances. We don't enforce the parking ordinances. We're not able to enforce as Patty was saying, the illegal charters. We're not doing anything. So why open up another thing that's just going to be a mess? That's my personal opinion. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right. I got you next, sir.
Honorable Mayor and honorable councilors, Guy Tadlock, 502 Noriego. First of all, thanks for the flags this past weekend. Special thanks to the Recreation Departments. It's good seeing that. Relative to bonfires, I read in the packet, got a little bit better idea about the bonfires. I think they'd be better called fire pits than bonfires. Unlike what Mr. Destin described that he did as a kid on Holiday Isle, I've been to a couple of bonfires, and in both cases, there was property damage and injuries. One of them was the Texas A&M bonfire. But that being said, whatever we do in that direction, we don't need to outrun our coverage. I agree largely with the previous speakers that we got to be very careful about it. And with that being said, we've got some parks I don't think would be good candidates for fire pits. Noriego Point Park would be one. It's narrow, it's slender, it's got a high crest in the middle, got a lot of new structures there, walkovers and docks, and most important, we've got sea oats that we've had a hard time getting going. So I'm afraid that they would be in peril, not to mention that the close proximity to the fleet. But more importantly, if we go down this path, does this mean that our parks will be open at night? Because now, my understanding and looking through the city website, they're closed dusk to dawn. So I'm not sure how popular bonfires would be in the daytime. But anyhow, it certainly takes a lot of consideration. Please be considerate of neighbors, residents that might live close to these parks. I'm not sure it'd be a good fit for that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, I got this gentleman, then you, Marcy. Sorry. Push that gray button. There you go.
Hey, I'm Steve Napier, 126 Country Club Drive West, and I didn't even know this was on the agenda tonight. I just came in to see what was going on, but I'm glad I came in. With this beach bonfire thing, you guys aren't even talking about the smoke and all the trash that they're going to put on the beach from the burnt wood. Maybe you guys haven't been over to the beach lately, but I see the dogs on the beach, and the code enforcement can't even enforce the dogs not being able to go on the beach. And you guys keep on wanting to do vending and bonfires and just do everything, but you don't have the manpower to control what you already got going. And that's my point on it. We don't need it. If they want a bonfire, go to Walton County.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Bill. Oh, she's coming. Keep
Been a while.
Keep the meter running.
No, I've been leaving you guys alone. I write plenty of emails. In fact, you should have gotten one while you were sitting right there at the dais, right about this very subject. My answer is no to bonfires. Why? That gentleman just spoke volumes. Oh, they have their dog on the beach today. We'll bring our dog tomorrow. Oh, there's a bonfire there. We'll have a bonfire tomorrow night. And they're not going to follow the rules because they don't even know there's rules. Oh, we're just here on vacation. That's why we can't have bonfires here. Because, as someone else said, we don't have enough code compliance to even do what we need them to do. Read my emails. We don't have the people to enforce anything like this. We can go into the environmental part. It's just bad. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, and thank you for this time, Councilman and Mayor. John Carnes, 2701, Scenic 98, Unit 1, Area General Manager for 2 luxury resorts next to the Henderson Park, which is the Henderson Park Inn, and the Henderson Beach Resort. And I agree with this gentleman here, saying bonfire is a bad word, right? And it's not what it really is. It's not a brouhaha. It's a controlled environment with the 4 East Coast does it. I did them on the East Coast. We had 4-foot containers and fire marshal there and the water hose and all the regulations and it gives my properties and my employees more opportunity to work. And that's what I try and do. I try and keep everybody employed at my hotel. And when we do group sites and visits, they ask if we do that because they go to our competitor along the beaches in the Walton County, boutique hotels as well that seem to do it very well because they live and breathe that business on the beach and taking care of it. Our section, that is, right? So group-wise, it's competitive, and it just kind of just gets us a parity with them. Secondly, families. We get a lot of requests for that. My concierge has to send them to Walton County. What we could do here if we do it right. And, you know, it's a shame that we can't do it. If we can't do it right, you know, it sounds like there's maybe 10 places that can maybe even do it at the beach. If we can't regulate 10 spots or less, then we have a problem. And I'm sticking to strictly private beaches. We own that part of that beach. We have 62 weddings, celebrations, family reunions. Great memories are created out there, and legacy memories are created, and families come back to Destin, right? And they're looking for that bit more. And like the gentleman said earlier today, he touched on it. He said, not everybody likes to go to the beach and hang out in the sun. I don't. I run a beach resort. I don't go to the beach and I don't hang out in the sun. I'm a pool and a shade guy. But my father, he'd go out on the beach in his boots for family entertainment and a good time like that. He wouldn't destroy anything. And then I also proposed, and I talked to the chief, you know, we'd love to be a beta property on our small 800 linear beach, to be a beta property to work all these things out and set that high standard and protect our beach, protect our environment, protect our turtles. We know what the turtle season is. It's right now through hurricane. So that's what we would commit to be doing is to help beta that. And again, to help on our shoulders when it does get winter and you get those beautiful sunsets now over the Gulf of America there, you got great little fires there. Not bonfires, the controlled experiences, roped off properly and managed. I have a security and engineering team that would work 24/7 with the team. We have it staffed that way as we speak. And again, we'd work with the fire department, the Great Fire Department here to work on any beta that you guys would want to try out. We're open to it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So if we allowed you to be a beta, would you open it up to people who weren't staying at either of your resorts at the same price for their bonfires?
We would not.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And shall we start with a legislative sponsor or just get in?
Yes.
All right.
If we want to move forward and,
Yeah, I'll be the legislative sponsor.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Schmidt. And so would you want to start us off? Or I can?
Sure. I'll move to direct the city manager and city attorney to bring back a proposed ordinance to allow beach bonfires on private property in Destin.
All right, I got a motion. Do I hear a second? All right.
So the business owners, the residents, the people that did talk in favor of it, nobody cares anything about them? Just curious? Nobody else?
All right, second. All right, so I got a second from Councilman Bagby. Councilman Braden's up first. Oh, I thought that was your take the bait.
I was going to talk about it.
Oh, okay, so do we have a second? Not to...
No.
All right, so that motion fails, but we're going to continue discussing.
Yeah.
All right, Councilman Braden.
Oh, we are?
I mean, all right. Councilman Bagby?
I'm with Rodney. It failed for lack of a second. There's no need to discuss. I will discuss.
All right, he's going to discuss during his time, during the council time. All right, well, that's sad. All right, I guess moving along.
Because we're not allowed to discuss it now, we're going to discuss it at each of our individual
I mean, I would
council
love-
member items, is that what we're doing?
I'll make a couple of points.
Later?
Yeah.
It's my time, so, yeah. I mean, there's no voting.
Okay, yeah, there's no voting. I think that was already from earlier. Ray died for lack of a second. All right, well, we will move on. My only thought was going to be...
Nope.
We're moving on.
You can speak on your
I'll
line
speak
item.
on my item then.
It's your turn to speak.
B.
Okay, thanks. This is a public hearing regarding the submittal of a major development order for the construction of an Alvin's Island retail store at 1073 East Highway 98, parcel ID 002S22000000240020. And I'm going to turn it over to Daniel Butler, but is the applicant present? Okay, if anyone is going to give testimony tonight, can we have the city clerk swear you in, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth?
Thank you. Daniel?
Yes, good evening, council and mayor. So tonight, as Kim stated, this hearing is the Alvin's Island Major Development Order located at 1073 East Highway 98. As proposed, this is about a 12,600 square foot retail sales store, which is replacing the former 22,000 square foot Alvin's Island store, which was destroyed by a fire in 2021. So as stated, this is a general merchandise store, which is a permitted use within the Town Center Mixed Use Zoning District. As proposed, the project has undergone a technical review committee review and gathered approvals from all applicable entities and staff. And so staff tonight is requesting, or staff is recommending approval of the Alvin's Island Major Development Order as presented. And as stated, the applicant is also here to answer any questions, and staff is as well.
Okay, with that, seeing that this is a public hearing at this time, if there's anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this topic specifically, this is your time to do so. Seeing no public input, I'll close the public comments. And,
Can let the applicant do his presentation.
all right, thank you. All right, the floor is yours. Just push that gray button.
Robert Carroll, 17800 Panama City Beach Parkway, Panama City Beach, Florida. McNeil Carroll Engineering, we're the engineer of record. I know that it's late. You've got everything before you. Staff has reviewed it. We are here to replace the building about half the size that it was before. We've complied with all your regulations, and we're excited to move forward and get this thing finally underway. We had approval a few years ago. There's still been a dispute with the insurance company. They still have not settled that. So therefore, the permit expired. We had to come back, start over. So here we are. I think we've checked every box, and we just respectfully request approval.
Is there an LED sign?
Sir?
Is there an LED screen sign?
There will be signage with it, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Any other further questions? All right, Councilwoman Trammell?
What we're seeing on this picture,
Yes, ma'am.
is that facing 98 or going sideways to 98?
So
I guess is the word.
Two elevations there.
Yeah, I know that. But see, on this one, I don't know which is the front.
It's facing 98, the bottom one is facing north.
Okay, so it goes around a corner.
Yep.
Is that what you're telling me?
So
Okay.
the top one here is the one facing 98.
Okay.
The top one is the south elevation facing 98, and then the bottom is the north elevation facing back towards the neighborhood.
Okay, and I guess my next question is, under the name Alvin's Island, there's a word that says signage, and then it looks like glass with a word that says vision on it. I don't know what that means. Is that windows? Is that what you?
Yes, that just means that it's glass, that it's glass that you can see through.
Okay, but one of the things that we have talked about, and other councils have talked about this, is the other shops in town that do the same thing Alvin's Island would be doing, are advertising in those windows with big old pictures and all of that kind of stuff. Is that your plan, or is it just open windows into your store?
These are, like when you walk down the street and you've got stage sets where you've got beach scenes and mannequins and those kinds of things set up in the windows.
Yeah.
That's what that's for.
Oh, okay.
It's a display chamber.
Okay, but it's not just for a poster hanging
No,
there?
no, it's a display chamber.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
There's a 2.5-foot deep display chamber built up behind it, and they have beach scenes and all that, and then they have people with umbrellas and people with bathing suit outfits and stuff like that set up in the windows.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Anyone else? Yep, Councilman Bagby?
So the reader board, is that an electronic sign?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got two reader board, you got two, and I can't tell the dimensions of them, but you got two electronic signs.
There's a reader board on each end,
Right.
Jim, of the store. Yeah, and I think it's within the guidelines of the signage, but they're not sized yet because we haven't brought it in for signage approval yet. But the reader boards will meet the signage guidelines when they come in. Jim Rowe over in Panama City Beach is our signage guy, and he'll come in and make an application for signage.
Okay, so here's my question for the staff. You got two electronic reader boards, you got an Alvin's Island sign, obviously, and then you got signage over every one of the windows that Ms. Trammell alluded to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's the total square footage of the signage facing 98 on this building?
So when a sign permit is submitted, staff would review the facade of that building. So that south elevation, the applicant would have to provide staff with the square footage of that facade where those signs are to be placed. And they would also have to provide a calculation of the sign square footage, and it has to be at least, or has to be 15% or less than that facade. So I don't have the math on hand to do the square footage, but the signage cannot be more than 15% of that facade.
I think that number is incorrect, but I may be incorrect thinking that. But the signage, so actually, all I just heard was, y'all don't know, and you're asking us to approve this.
No,
Saying
you're not-
is they don't review the signage at DO, they do it at
Oh,
permitting.
okay.
So that's why they don't know.
Okay.
You're not approving the signage right now.
Just for the
project. Yeah, just the project. We come in and get a separate permit, and we'll bring all those calculations in.
Okay.
Based on the elevation, square footage, and we'll bring you all the different signs, where it says signage now. There'll actually be an image and a detail of how the sign, what the sign is, how it's mounted. There'll be a cross-section through it, and how it meets the wind load. All that'll be on the sign detail when it's brought in, and the square footage will be calculated, Jim.
Okay. My only admonition to the staff is when they do bring that in, you need to have a provision that precludes, to Ms. Trammell's point, that those glass areas, which I understand what you're describing there, and that, every store in New York City has them, but there aren't signs posted on those windows, or if there are, you calculate exactly the square footage of, so sale, or, summer clearance, or whatever. Yeah, well, they're not going to go out of business, but do you understand what I'm asking? I just want to make sure that we're communicating here.
Yes, any window signage, anything that's visible from the right-of-way or meant to be viewed from the right-of-way is in the definition of sign, and that would be reviewed at that time. If there's anything that is placed within the windows that was not approved at a later date, then we can issue a warning, code citation, all that
Well,
sort of stuff.
I want it in your approval that any temporary signage won't exceed, well, no, it'll be allowed as long as it's less than 50% of the total facade. So that's where I want that calculation. Does that make sense?
So, right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, Daniel, window signage is considered as a building sign or an attached sign, so it would be included in what would be allowed as the facade.
It would be limited.
So it would be limited to the 15%. Unless unless you want to do like a specific window sign and limit it to 50% of the face of the window.
Okay, and I should know this because I've been up here long enough. But does the facade include the window?
Yes.
Okay, so, and 50% total of that entire square
15,
footage?
1-5.
No, 50 or 15?
15, 1-5.
Oh, okay, I must have missed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
15, 1-5.
Okay.
But what he's saying, of a window sign, only 50% can be.
No. What I'm saying is a window sign is considered as an attached sign, and therefore would be included in the 15% calculation.
But where did you mention 50 years?
I was saying if we wanted to create a window sign, and I heard 50 from you, Mr. Bagby. So I was from what I heard and understood is that if you wanted to create a specific window sign, to limit it to 50% of the size of the window, but that's not what we're talking about.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
I know. We got it. We're clear.
I'm talking about the frontage.
Yep.
And they've got 2 big reader boards. They've got the Alvin's Island sign, and they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 signage above the windows.
Yes, sir.
Okay, which to me comes pretty close to the 15% already. So when you do all these calculations, I want them to know exactly how much square footage of signage in those windows can occur.
Yeah, so it would be a total calculation of the facade. We'd get a calculation of the facade, and then we'd multiply that by 0.15, and that would be the maximum amount of signage allowed on that facade. They could have it in any up to 150 square feet, I think is the maximum. It's 15% or 150 square feet, and so they could divvy it up into as many signs as they want, as long as they don't exceed those limitations.
This elevation is not showing any signage in the window areas. In window areas.
No, I understand that.
Okay, I just want to
But
make sure.
you're going to add it. Everybody does. I got that. And I'm not saying you can't add it. What I'm saying is it shouldn't be in every window because now you've way exceeded the signage that you would be allowed. And I want it in the approval that your window signage
is limited to how many ever square feet it is, whatever's left of that number. Because I think we're over 150 square feet just with Alvin's Island, the 2 reader boards, and the signage above the windows.
If you're taking the extreme limits of the box of where it says signage, probably, but that's not how we measure signage.
Okay.
We take the top edge of the verbiage, extreme edge, or the basically box it, and that becomes, so you could have a big old red square at 100 square feet, but only have 10 square feet of actual signage, and it would be counted for 10%, or 10 square feet.
That part I do know.
So,
Okay.
yeah. So again, it would, their sign permit would detail what their facade, that facade is, the square footage of that facade, staff would confirm. Then we would get that maximum, whether it was the 15% or 150 square feet, and then we'd be limited to that. If any permit comes in that exceeds any of those limitations, we don't approve it, so.
Jim, I think you're right. You're probably right about the fact that the architect, when he showed these white areas where he labeled them, that's probably the maximum the code allows. He's probably already made that calculation. I just don't know the number on here. So
I just don't want you to be surprised, because one of the things we've been trying to do consistently for years is get rid of the Redneck Riviera moniker and have class, and you do a class job, but, you know, a presentation, not 8,000 signs on the front of this building, in the windows, above the windows, at the ends of the thing, you know. So I just want them to know you're already at your max, so there shouldn't be anything in your windows except an umbrella and a mannequin, okay? Or bikini tops, or whatever the heck they put in there. Okay.
Just not really for point of this, the wooden steps in the back, does that just go to the neighborhood in the back?
Yes, those are existing.
Oh, cool. Okay.
That allow interconnectivity.
Nice, okay.
I was going to say welcome
This
back.
site has always allowed the neighbors to cross our site.
Yeah.
And we have not closed that off.
Cool, all right. I just kind of saw that as a detail at the last minute. Awesome. Any further questions?
I just wanted to say welcome back.
Yeah.
We're glad you came back.
It's been a chore.
It has been.
Yeah.
I thought you were gone forever.
All right, Councilman Bagby?
So, just so we're clear, we're going to make it as a condition of the DO, the development order, right?
You can make it a condition of the DO that 15% of the facade can be
Well,
signage and no.
that's already in the code.
It is,
but,
it is. It's
We'll
just
meet-
another.
We'll meet the signage code.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
okay,
not-
I mean-
obviously, we're going to meet the signage code.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. I think they understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
All right, with that, we'll call the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, everyone's in agreement over here. All right, do I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion. I
All
move
right.
that the city council approve with, we didn't make any conditions, right?
Nope.
Okay. Alvin's Island number 11, a major development order as presented.
I'll make a second on that.
With a motion and a second, seeing no further discussion. All right, ready to open the vote? All right, welcome back to Destin. Ayes have it, so moved unanimously. And, all right, Ms. Cobb.
Ordinance 2513 PC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, making transportation-related amendments to Chapter 1, Future Land Use Element, Chapter 2, Transportation Element, Chapter 9, Capital Improvements Element, Chapter 12, Administration, and Chapter 13, Glossary of the city's comprehensive plan, deleting the multimodal transportation district, providing for goals, objectives, and policies relating to the city mobility plan and city mobility fees, providing for transmittal to the Florida Department of Commerce, providing for incorporation into the comprehensive plan, providing for a business impact estimate, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
And seeing that this is a public hearing, at this time, if anyone wishes to speak on this specific hearing topic, this is your time to do so. With enthusiasm roaring in the audience, we will close the public comments, and I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that the city council approve the proposed ordinance 25-13-PC as presented.
I have a motion. I hear a second. Any further discussion? Councilman Destin.
Just a clarification. After watching a news program on Channel 3 tonight where Santa Rosa County was about to get into, they thought, a lawsuit with the state over a law that was just passed saying none of us municipalities, counties could change our land development codes until 2027. Does that affect this at all?
Yeah, that's Senate Bill 180, which I emailed you all about. I don't know if
Yes,
you
you
saw it.
did.
But it does say that in areas affected by hurricanes, which is basically the whole state under the statute, we cannot pass more burdensome or restrictive regulations or comp plan amendments. However, this is open to interpretation, and someone would have to sue us to make that determination, at which point council would have the ability to review it and determine if it's overly burdensome or restrictive. I mean, on behalf of the city, I would say it's not. We had a study done that shows the extraordinary circumstances that required the raising of the fees. The comp plan amendments don't do any of that fee raising. You've already passed that. But the comp plan amendments would simply make everything consistent, which our regulations do need to be consistent with the comp plan under state law as well. So if someone makes that argument, we will certainly bring it to you and we can look at it. I will say that Senate Bill 180 is retroactive to August of 2024 and does go through October of 2027.
According to some of the county commissioners in Santa Rosa County, they felt perhaps the state of Florida would be making that accusation. If it does, then I suppose we will be on their team, because for the state legislature to pass that is incomprehensible to me, that they would be that intent on stripping us of any ability to.
It's a big chip off of home rule for sure.
It sure is. Thanks.
Good point. All right, with that, any further discussion? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Ray. Ayes have it, so moved, 7-0. Ms. Kopp?
Okay, ordinance 2515CC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, amending Chapter 14, offenses and miscellaneous provisions of the Code of Ordinances, providing definitions, establishing that solicitation, canvassing, and/or vending on the beach without a permit is a misdemeanor offense, providing for penalties consistent with state law, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading. Chapter 162 of the Florida statutes allows cities to designate certain offenses as misdemeanors that are punishable by up to $500 and 60 days in jail. We've coordinated with the sheriff's office on their review of the ordinance as to whether they also believe it's legally defensible, which they do as well. And so first reading is before you, and the city manager may have something to add.
In that discussion with the sheriff's office, it was indicated to us that they would request an additional beach deputy to enforce this component of the ordinance. Absent that additional one, they did not feel they had the capacity to provide enforcement by virtue of arresting a violator. And Captain, did I cover that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct, sir.
All right, Councilman Braden.
Thank you. I sent the city manager a picture of a beach vendor that a tourist took. Doesn't live here. Live in, I think, Huntsville, Alabama. Anyway, and not 10 minutes later, 2 deputies went by on 4-wheelers. So if we've got that on the beach, why do we need more officers on the beach if there's already 2 there?
Point taken.
I'll defer.
Thank you. Before we jump in, if anyone from the public wishes to speak on this topic and we dive into it, this is your time to speak on this hearing. Seeing none, thank you, Councilman Destin. Rodney, back to you. And I guess back to whoever you're, yeah.
Okay, somebody can answer
your
that
point
question.
taken to whoever wants to answer that.
I would defer to Captain Fulton because I don't have an answer.
Without knowing exactly what time you're talking about, I couldn't really tell you what the 2 deputies were doing. I can tell you that the beach deputies, we have 3 of them, which means that none of which are funded by the city of Destin, 2 of which are funded by the TDD. which means that half the time, I've got one deputy trying to cover Okaloosa Island and Destin. Now, you caught one of the days that there were two, happened to be two out there. May have been during spring break when we're still using TDD funds to put more than one out there a day. I don't know. But between those three beach deputies, they answer over 6,000 calls a year. 6,000 criminal calls a year. They don't have time to deal with ordinance violations. I'm not trying to diminish the importance of ordinance violations, but we're breaking up fights. We're preventing fights by dealing with underage drinking. We're pulling people out of the water that's drowning. All of those are going to take precedence over someone who's selling ice cream or someone who has got a dog on the beach, which you all well know with the situation that you're facing with service animals. Dogs on the beach are next to impossible for us or code to enforce. But said we simply do not have the time to do criminal law violations and code enforcement right now.
There you go. There's your answer.
There's your answer.
So if we have an officer out there, what else are we gonna be doing? If he's not writing a
Yeah, I
vendor
guess-
violation or
Wait.
arresting a vendor.
I guess, Captain, if that's the case and that's the direction we're going, does that mean, we're no longer splitting that one sheriff on the beach and we're picking up a beach sheriff for this
No,
plus
if
everything
y'all-
else?
If y'all provide an additional beach deputy, that'll give me the ability to have one deputy on Destin Beach 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
And what kind of cost are we looking at?
It's about 150, hang on just a second, I'll give you an exact.
Yeah, I need a job.
157,348.
$157,000 a year. So we've already allocated $30,000 for an attorney to deal with this problem. So I'm gonna have a hard time supporting anything to $157,000 for an officer to be down there for beach vending. That's all I've got, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. The 157,000, I believe that would be for a full year. We will be in discussions with the sheriff about whether we need somebody a full year and what he wants to do and what we want to do, and those all come out during contract discussions. So we'll move forward, I would think, and hopefully the two entities can get together and come up with a reasonable compromise. I fully support they need more people out there during the summertime, especially. Not a lot of beach vending going on in the dead of the winter. Nobody's on the beach, so that can be a discussion between us and the sheriff about exactly what he requires and what we can pay. So I don't see that as a hindrance to going forward with this ordinance as it is now. Yeah, as it is now, we have no ability to regulate it at all. So on that note, I will move that we approve this ordinance on first reading.
All right, I got a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
The second, Councilwoman Aber, if you want to continue.
I was basically going to say the same thing. I think we could probably have discussions to where we need this for the summer months, starting at the beginning of, May and probably ending sometime at the beginning of September, but certainly not a full-time 24/7, 7 days a week, all year long. That's unnecessary. We have the biggest problem in the summer.
Councilman Bagby, you good?
I'm good.
You're good? You don't want to say you
Come back
agree?
During the budget negotiations. That's where I'll say my piece.
There you go. All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll call the vote for first reading. All right, ayes have it, so moved, 6-1.
Okay,
Ms. Cupp.
thank you, Mayor. If it's okay with the city council, I would like to read ordinances 2504 LC and 2503 PC together as they involve the same properties for the Crosstown Connector. One is the future land use amendment and one is the rezoning. Ordinance number 2503 PC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for the adoption of a small-scale amendment to the comprehensive plan future land use map to include a change in future land use designation of 3 parcels of real property located within a portion of the area of Beach Drive to Benning Drive as more particularly described and depicted in Exhibit A, consisting of approximately 8.53 acres from medium-density residential village MDRV to recreation REC, providing for incorporation into the comprehensive plan, providing for a business impact estimate, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And ordinance number 2504 LC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending the official zoning map as referenced in the Land Development Code, Section 71201A2 zoning maps, to include a change in the zoning designation of 3 parcels of real property located within a portion of the area of Beach Drive to Benning Drive as more particularly described and depicted in Exhibit A, consisting of approximately 8.53 acres from medium-density residential village, MDRV, to recreation, REC, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for jurisdiction, providing for zoning map amendments, providing for incorporation into the Land Development Code, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second reading for both.
And since we are providing for all those things, at this time, I'm going to provide the public with their chance to speak on either one of these hearings. Seeing none, we'll close both public hearings, and I will entertain a motion collectively or one at a time still? One at a time, we're
You can
just
do
reading
them
them
one at a
together.
time, starting
One at
with
a time.
2503 PC.
All right, do I
Yep.
hear?
I move that the city council adopt proposed ordinance 2503-PC.
All right, I have a motion, do I hear a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Seeing no further discussions? Seeing none? All right, open the vote. All right, ayes have it 7-0, and I'll entertain the second.
And the other ordinance is 2504 LC.
Move the council approve 2504 LC on second reading.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Any further discussions? Seeing none, we'll open the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved, 7-0. Ms. Kopp.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance number 2025-10 LC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, permitting decks to encroach up to 5 feet into rear setbacks for townhomes that are not waterfront within the high-density residential HDR zoning district, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for incorporation into the Land Development Code, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second reading. The only change, we did make a change from first reading, and that was to add the definition of a deck to ensure that enclosed structures are not included within that definition.
All right, thank you for that clarification. At this time, if anyone wishes to speak on ordinance 2510 LC, this is your time to do so. Seeing none, Councilwoman Trammell.
Mayor, I move that the city council adopt ordinance 25-10-LC as presented.
I'll second.
All right, I got a motion. I have my second. Seeing no discussion, we'll open the vote. I'm ready, just so you know, Councilman Destin with a second. There you go. All right, ayes have it, so moved, 7-0. All right, moving right along, Councilman Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, how many code officers do we have at this time?
We have 4, and I know one is out sick for undisclosed amount of time, but we're down to 4. We're actively pursuing hiring. We had some conversation today about how we may be able to supplement that on a little better basis than what we have now. So we're giving it all we got.
Okay, thank you. I know I'd ask about the beach cleaning services in the county. Was you able to get anything like that? How often they clean the beaches, empty the trash cans?
I have not, but I will get that for you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Also, I guess when I was talking to staff, they mentioned, or talking about the LDC rewrite, that when it comes to the open air seating, that that's we're only requiring 25% of that for parking. Can somebody explain to me how we come up with 25% required parking for that? I know it was the council's decision, but I wasn't here.
Yeah, that, the 25% came from the LPA and the city council workshops on the parking requirements for open air restaurant seating. So that's the discussion from council and LPA came to that 25%.
Did they pull that number out of a hat, or how did we come to that
No,
decision?
the original recommendation from staff was to do 1-for-1, 100%. And then the discussion from that point just went back and forth amongst the members. And I believe and I could be wrong, but I believe the LPA recommended 50%. And then so at the workshop with council, it was recommended that that the Harbor District was given 25%, and then everywhere else was 50%. And so that's pretty much where it stands right now.
Okay, I was just curious how we got, how that, I mean, I hate to miss that discussion of their reasoning behind why it's 25%, because I've eaten at probably 99% of these establishments on the harbor and off the harbor, and 100% of that seating is available year-round. I mean, that's like Dewey's Restaurant. I've eaten there rain, shine, cold, freezing, hot. It's open.
So if I had to sum it up, and I'm not going to speak for council or the LPA on this, but based on, because I was there and what I understand, it's if we required a 1-for-1, 100% parking requirement, there basically would hamstring any development in any festive nature of the Harbor District, which is why the Harbor District, or the Harbor area, actually I think it was specific to South Harbor Mixed Use Zoning District, was reduced to 25%, and then everywhere else had the 50%. So, and it was just, that's just where the discussion went for the harbor. And then everywhere else, it was just, they didn't, again, I'm not speaking for council or LP on this, but I just don't think that they felt that it was warranted at a 1-for-1 rate. And I can say, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I apologize. It's just something else hit my head. When it comes to trying to measure, are we measuring the decks, like the square footage of the deck? Are we measuring the amount of tables and seats? It becomes very difficult and to really hammer down exactly how it's going to happen, because if they say, hey, in my plan, I'm going to give 20 seats or 20 tables, and each table is going to have 4 seats, and our parking requirement is a 1 car per 4 seats, right? So that'd be 20 cars. But then it's a massive outdoor area that can definitely fit way more, right? But we do a 1 per 4 seat with a reduction of 50%, right? Like, how does staff handle that situation when we know that they're going to put way more on there than just the 20? So,
well, I guess it's pretty obvious to me that it would be the same as it is right now inside. It's a square footage, it's not table by table, but besides the point, it's pretty par for the city, the way the city operates is, we bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch about parking on the harbor, but we breed it by giving, BTRs to people, and then they give us a bogus parking plan that's the same as 10 other businesses using the same parking, and we don't do anything about that either. So why in the hell would we try to do something, to alleviate some of the parking? Let's just keep giving permits. Let's say, well, these decks, don't know how many people are going to sit, so screw it. We'll just, make them have 50% of it instead of 100%, and just create more parking problems. So it's pretty much the way the city operates. So why the hell not? Let's just keep going with it. I don't know why we'd keep it like it is, just no parking at all no parking required at all for decks. you know? Sounds pretty far, or way we operate anyway, I guess, so. Oh, well, doesn't make no sense to me, but it's what everybody else wants. The last thing, and I hate it's so late, that, where's that at? Yeah, nobody else has got the balls too, so I'm going to.
All right.
Will you read that for us, Mayor? That's the mayor's duties of,
Yeah, you want me to read the whole thing?
that'd be great.
Awesome. Section 3.07, Power and Duties of the Mayor. The mayor shall be recognized as head of the city government for all ceremonial purposes by the governor for purposes of military law, for service of process, execution of contracts, deeds, and other documents, and shall perform such other duties and functions as may be designated by the city council. Further, the mayor shall attend and preside at all council meetings, make such reports as the council may require, present a state of the city message at the public meeting in February for each year, perform such other duties as are specified in this charter or may be required by the council, have the power to summon the posse to suppress civil disrupts and to keep law and order during times of emergency, to permit to participate in debates in council meetings, but not shall make or have a second motion. At all times represent the adopted position of the council, cast a deciding vote, shall any issues before the city council end in a tie. And then I have a handwritten ledger social media ordinance for mayor and council.
Thank you. So with that said, I'm done with the phone calls of, you know, the citizens calling me, want to know, well, why is the mayor in Tallahassee speaking on behalf of the city as the city mayor when the council didn't approve it? Why is the city, the mayor, where's this meeting at that the city mayor's holding about bonfires and stuff? Well, I don't know. The city's not, we didn't approve anything like that. Well, the mayor's having a meeting, and I don't know anything about it. So I look like an idiot. I'm tired of up here on the dais, it seems like everything's good. You know, you stay in your wheelhouse. But when it comes to social media, which I'm not on, that's where everything's happening. And I'm just done with people bitching, and I've heard through them as they've called other council members, and they're pissed off about it, but nobody wants to do anything about it. So I'm tired of people calling me and staff telling me that, yeah, the mayor's overstepping his boundaries, and we've told him and told him and told him, but nothing changes. So what do we do?
Well, this is the first I've heard of it from this position.
So the
Sunshine.
city attorney has never spoke with you and say, hey, look, you're overstepping your boundaries. You need permission from the council to go to Tallahassee and speak on our behalf?
About Tallahassee, I don't believe we've ever discussed Tallahassee trips. Other than that, we've gone and I've worked with our lobbyists in Tallahassee.
So city staff has never told you that you've overstepped your boundaries and you're doing, because
I've talked to Kim about the fireside chat that I do on my own accord, and that's about collecting input, feedback, and data for policies that will or will not make it through the council process.
I know, we've talked about that you can speak as an individual, but not as the mayor, unless there's a council directive. We've talked about that in several times. To answer Rodney's question, that I didn't know he was going to ask me tonight, but we've talked about that. And the other thing I would say is that we have a resolution with respect to the lobbyist and who can, you know, that the lobbyist is not supposed to go to Tallahassee without directive from the council on any particular issue. She is supposed to go lobby for us, but for particular issues, it's supposed to take a council directive. So I can answer those two things.
Okay. Well, I know people's been wanting to bring it up, and it was supposed to be brought up tonight, and nobody's bringing it up. Nobody wants to be the bad guy, but everybody wants to bitch behind closed doors. But me personally, like I said, in this setting, and I've told several people, they say, how's Bobby doing? Bobby's doing great. I think Bobby's is a great mayor. He's doing a hell of a job. He's at every function. I mean, he's everywhere. But when he gets outside of here, it seems like it changes. And I've had several people call me, and like I say, they called other council members and complaining about, what the mayor's doing. He's overstepping his boundaries. He's getting too big for his britches. I mean, I've heard it all. And I've explained to them the same thing. So look, the mayor doesn't have any power. The council overrules the mayor. The mayor really can't do anything without the council's approval. So I mean, I don't know if that's what that said or not in a nutshell, or can the mayor say, go to a county meeting and say, well, I'm going to speak as a citizen right now, as Rodney Braden, and then a minute later, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to switch my hat and put Mayor Braden on, and I'm going to discuss this. Well, that comes through as, we see it in the paper. We see it on the news. Mayor Bobby Wagner is, spoke on behalf of the city of Destin on whatever topics it is. And I was like, well, we didn't discuss that. That didn't come up at city council. So that's why I'm saying something about it, is it makes me look like an idiot. And I can do that on my own good enough. But when they're calling and wanting to know what's going on with the city, or, where is this meeting being held? I heard about the fires or whatever. I heard about the Tallahassee meeting. He stayed overnight, an extra night to go back and talk on behalf of the city. Then it starts affecting me personally. So it needed to be brought up. Everybody wanted to bring it up, but nobody wanted to say anything about it. So I guess that's why I'm here.
All right, well,
So,
I appreciate
other than
your
that, Mayor,
perspective.
I don't have anything else.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your perspective. I try my damn hardest that anything that we have a official position on or adopted a position on, or whoever's done the credit for the fences that are moving back, I can assure you that everything I always say is in line of what we've done. And if there's projects that I would like to see done, I have those meetings to try to see if there's support and see what I'm missing in my blind spots. And the reality is, what I ran on was communication and transparency, and trying to make sure that the citizens of Destin feel like they have a voice, because it seemed like for many years they felt they didn't. And you're absolutely right. The mayor doesn't really do a whole lot of lobbying or legislating. That's all you guys. But what I did promise was to be open and transparent and communicative with everyone. And I feel I have upheld that promise to the citizens of Destin. And if anyone else has issues or comments or concerns, we're all a team. I've said 1,000 times online, this is a team, and I give the credit to you guys and staff every time. Now, granted, they don't read our articles, they don't read bullet points, they go, oh my God, the mayor, and I go, nope, staff and team. So I would invite you guys to read beyond what most citizens unfortunately do and just read the headline. But I would invite you guys into the comment section, into the replies, where 99% of the time I give it to everyone else.
The only thing I forgot to mention, the only thing I wouldn't say caution you over or about, but there's several citizens have said that, you guys have been working on Noriega Point or something for years, and the mayor is putting posts on Facebook or wherever and taking credit for it. It's his idea, and he's ramrodding it.
Nope.
The latest one is the marina out there. Oh, we're going to get a city marina.
Did not say that. People want to make assumptions. I cannot control assumptions. What I can control is us talking about what we've always talked about. Me and John have talked mooring harbor in the past. We have talked city marina, potentially at the bridge, potentially other places. And if people want to construe ideas that all happen to do with the topic of my last meeting, which was the harbor, including $1 million oyster idea, or a million oyster idea that would help clean the harbor, reduce our NEPB fees, and clean the harbor while helping out our pump, that was another topic that was discussed. But if people want to construe and throw things together, I can't help that, this area likes to talk, which I appreciate and encourage, but, people are gonna have misinformation, people are going to assume things based on past councils that I wasn't privy to, and the reality is, information about other parcels, anything I've ever said has either gotten the blessing of the senator or someone else saying that it was public information.
The last thing I'm gonna say is, reiterate, I've told multiple citizens, they've asked, come to me and ask, specifically, how's the mayor doing? Just out of the blue, how's the mayor doing? And I've told them every time, the mayor's doing a great job.
Appreciate that.
He's done a hell of a lot better job than I could have done. Because he's went to I've run into you at different functions stuff, you speaking and whatnot, and you're everywhere. But I'm not gonna bash you behind
No.
a keyboard.
I appreciate
talk
that.
behind your back or nothing else.
This is our time to do it.
I can't do it,
Air it
so
out.
this is my only place.
Yeah, of course. No, and I'm not taking any personal.
No, please
attack.
don't.
No, not at all. No,
Please
this
don't.
is our only time to talk, and
Okay.
let's make sure we're Team Destin, and if I'm overstepping, come on. Like, let's
that's
make
all
sure
I'm
that
worried
we're one team, and while we're transparent, I have just one apology that I was going to put out in private afterwards, and that's gonna happen for being a little careless with some details, but other than that, I only tried to make sure that communication from the citizens gets here and that we at least project that we're one team outwardly, and that doesn't mean that we always have to agree to still be on the same team. Councilman Desmond.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to assure you that your youth and enthusiasm has been a breath of fresh air. I would just caution you not to get too far ahead of the council policies. And I know that you have every right to ask people what they think. I have a little concern over social media. I know a number of cities and counties have a social media policy, and I'm going to ask the attorney to bring us back a social media policy sample to look at.
Perfect.
Because when we air these issues over social media, I think we're dancing dangerously close to sunshine law violations. Perhaps I want to make sure we don't go into that arena, because if one elected official gives an opinion of what they think on an issue, all the other elected officials can see it.
Right.
And that's kind of tiptoeing around what open records, sunshine law is all about. So we want to, theoretically, if you had an opinion and I got on your Facebook and gave you my opinion, then both of us would be in violation of sunshine law.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to, that issue concerns me, and hopefully we can work something out to make sure we don't fall into that trap. But,
Yep.
the job is to advocate for policies set by the council. You do a good job when we set one. Just don't get too far ahead of us, and continue to ask people what they think, because that is part of your job.
And then just to that point, I have sent over to Kim and Larry on Panama City Beach, just passed one for social media, really giving that distinction of, if there's a public opinion, or I'm sorry, an adopted position, you're going to hear it from the City of Destin's page, and all of us can do it. But what we do on our personal/public pages of this title is in our condition, and maybe we can find one that's on the other side of the scope that holds us closer to the fire.
Yeah, and hopefully Ms. Cobb will be able to come up with something.
Yeah, absolutely. Councilwoman Avery.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm reiterating what Dewey said. You've been doing a fantastic job. People ask me all the time, oh my God, he's so motivated. I was like, he's a hard charger. He's working hard. He's out there. He's trying to make things happen. I'm very proud that you're our mayor. But I will give you an example, like he was saying, on how social media is poisonous for you, because you were out there talking about, yay, look at this Tarpon Beach, 340 feet of beach. And, and people were like, thank you so much, Mayor. We really appreciate it. And Gary Jarvis said, you're welcome. Meaning,
Perfect.
it's been going on for years.
Of course.
It's a project. So when you're putting stuff out there, it's our teams, our years of work. In other words, a lot of times what you put out there is a result. You're not like making it a we factor, or several councils and couple of mayors prior to me. This project's been in 15 years. I'm lucky I'm sitting here at the end result of 10 different projects, and you're getting to see these things to fruition. And so that's all I would say is caution yourself to this. I'm just lucky to be at the end result from many years of hard staff work, hard council work, hard mayor's work, because there's been years of hard work to get to a lot of what we've accomplished. That would be my caution. Because like I said, you are doing a great job taking care of getting the information out there and getting people to feed in, what do we need to do to be a better city? So thank you for what you're doing. And that would be my only caution is give the credit to the years and to the staff of what's come up to.
I don't disagree because I do that every time. And the reality is social media isn't a blog post. It's a couple characters. And the first issue that everyone has is that you got to get their attention. And then when they comment, I can assure you 90%, 99% of those comments have, I'm just the Queen of England. I just get the smile and wave. It's the staff and council. If I've said it once, it's my auto guessing what I'm going to say next. That's where it goes, is like, nope, it's council and staff, council and staff, council. So I 100% agree, but I also want to say that anyone can't just read the header because no one's giving time to the header. People are giving their individual time to the comments and the reply, and that's where I spend the majority of my social media to the bane of my existence is in the comments, because that's where people feel one-on-one, loved, heard, and understood. And that's my motto. I want everyone to feel loved, heard, and understood, and you can only do that on a one-on-one basis. That's not a post, that's a reply in the comments. And I know that's micro stuff, I know there's a lot of little stuff in there, but that's how I'm communicating to everyone who reaches out to us. Councilman Bagby.
I just want to thank you, and I just want to say a couple of things. Yes, we need a social media policy, and we probably needed one 2 years ago before, and I think a lot of what we're... years ago. Yeah, probably 20 years ago, but, you know, a lot of the concern that people have is because somebody's putting out information to our citizens and informing them what's going on in this city. And that's a good thing. Maybe, you know, the public information officer ought to do it more or whatever, and I think she does a great job. You know, the going to Tallahassee, look, we have said almost every year I've been on this council that we want to make acquisition of public beachfront a priority every single year. So the mayor goes over to try to get the customary use thing. He lobbies. In my little brain, you know, I can either go over myself or somebody can go over there, the lobbyist, the mayor, and say, yes, pass a law that gives us more public beach because it is killing our community. Not as bad as Walton, but it's killing our community. So I'm glad, you know, you have the youth of Craig Barker and the enthusiasm of Sam Severs. And Sam did a lot of, every mayor I've worked with, I think I've worked with 5, has done something. You go, that's not the mayor's job. You know, this is a council manager form of government. The manager speaks for us or the council speaks collectively for us. But every mayor has been out there, and everybody up here knows it, because I can, whether Gary Jarvis and the hockey thing or the town center thing, I mean, I can go through every one of them and their little pet thing. But yeah, let's get a social media policy and let's adhere to it and let's move on.
All right, Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, I wasn't going to, but since we're taking turns, Bobby, you just keep doing it, man.
Yeah.
And you're doing a great job. Here, out there, everywhere. All right, do you go over the boundaries? Maybe, I don't know. But we have an attorney, there's ethics commissions. They'll notify you, I'm sure, if you do something wrong.
I'm very sure of it.
When I call Bobby, he says, I know that voice.
Grandparents and my mom and, oh, little Bobby, you need to stop doing this. Do you, because it's a breath of fresh air. And I think it's great. And if people are having their feelings hurt because you didn't mention something about 15 years ago, get freaking over it, you know? Get over it, those people. Why? Cry about it. We had put your little, thank you 20 years ago for doing something. You're not doing that on purpose, Bobby.
Yeah.
Everybody that knows you knows you're not doing that on purpose. That was a celebration today. I didn't even know that was a problem. You posted a picture. It was great. Move on. All the haters out there, get behind their little keyboards. Forget about them. Just keep doing it. So thank you.
Ms. Trammell. Councilwoman Trammell.
Thanks. It's my turn anyway down the line, but anyway.
Oh, you're moving on, all right.
I figured
I thought the
put my
parade was
name in it.
continuing.
But I guess I wanted to explain something, and not that I'm here to crucify you or anything. I just, about the fireside chat.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with fireside chats. Here's the way I saw the issue. Mr. Stevens has talked to me as well, and he's also talked to the Harbor CRA and the Harbor Waterways Board and all those other things about his project. And I have spoken to Mr. Stevens as well. That project, before you start putting it out into the public, needs to be approved by council so that you can go forth and do that project. Do you see what I'm saying? As a committee, they need to do that. Mr. Stevens was on council. We also have in our charter how you can participate after you've been a council member, and that part needs to be part of it as well. And that's not you, that's not me, that's just knowledge, okay? And one of the ways you can do that is by getting your committee's approval, and then if you're chair and you've been on council and yada yada, then you can go out and speak about it. But it's not an individual thing anymore because you're still in that bubble of I served on council before. Does that make sense?
I can see where you're coming from.
Unfortunately, you can't do anything without being called the mayor. Yeah. I hate to tell you, that's just the way it goes.
I can't go to Publix without being called the mayor or the general manager of Publix with the green jacket.
There really is, you couldn't say, hey, anything without being called the mayor, and I get that.
Yeah.
But that's what I was looking at, is that I happen to know, because I've worked with these committees, that this project is coming up for approval. But yet we're out here in the public talking about a project that the council hasn't approved yet. So it was just a little premature in that piece.
But the committees are about getting public input so that we have everything to decide.
But they have to get approved to go get public input before they get public input.
I just disagree. Yeah, and
because
I just disagree with that old school.
They're not
thinking.
us. They're not us. They're committees.
Correct.
Do you want JQ Citizen to go out and start advocating in Tallahassee for something that you don't know anything about?
They can. They're a
Maybe,
citizen of
maybe
Florida.
not. If they're using the name of the city, it should not be happening. If they're doing it on their
That's
own,
true.
that's one thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was where I was coming from.
No, that's fair. And I respect where you're coming
I was
from.
just looking at that going, took this a step too far.
Yeah.
Wait till it's approved and then everybody talks about it. That's good. And then I think you should ask.
In my head, that just seems like, all right, we're gonna make we're gonna approve something and then ask the citizens if they like it, which seems a little counterintuitive.
No, we're approving that they can go out and solicit citizen
Okay, I see. Okay,
participation.
I'm tracking.
Participation.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be fair, and to everyone's point there, I was gonna talk about the bridge this past month, and then I got talked off the ledge from a lot of fine leadership positions covering my butt, saying like, hey, you got council's approval to make the committee, or I guess to put that committee under one of our committees already. Perhaps we should allow them to talk about it beforehand. So not that it rectifies anything, but I had shifted it from bridge topic to harbor topic, since that was a little bit more already out there. We've talked about it for a couple of visioning sessions at that point, not defending or undermining the train of thought, but just to let everyone know, I was going to talk bridge, and then I got talked off that ledge for that exact reason.
Well, that was just my only comment.
No, for sure.
Now
No,
I
take
have
it.
some other things to go on.
All right, and,
Can we go on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Parks and Rec and Public Works for them cleaning up some old debris at the Cobb's Point right-of-way. They did a great job. I've heard from several of the people that have gone down there. They loved it. So thank you, Mayor and Tamara, for the tarpon groundbreaking and whoever else you had working with you, because I know there was a ton of people out there doing lots and lots of stuff. I would like to ask if the council would approve for Ray, when he gives us the quarterly things on who's missed what meetings and all that kind of stuff, if he could also list on their vacancies, because we may have a vacancy coming up, and I don't know that. Yeah, you already know that, but could that just be listed as there's a vacancy as well as those? And the next question I have is for the council. I would like to attend the Florida League of Cities annual conference in Orlando in August, and we need permission to do that. So I'm just asking.
Do you need a motion to allow it?
Well, if there are other people, we can make it all one motion, but
Yeah, 'cause
yes.
I've already got my room and everything set up for the third year in a row.
I understand that, but you are the designee for the Florida League of Cities.
No,
I am
I want
not.
more. I would love for Jim to come back, because I know that has been stuff for him. No, I would love for more participation.
So
Yeah.
that, yes, that's why I'm asking.
I'll move that we ask Ms. Trammell to go to the city league.
I'll second that.
Florida
We'll
League of
pay
Cities.
for it.
All right, thank you. Thank you. And,
One time, almost all of us went.
Yeah, I know, and then you guys got old and sleepy.
Honestly, I never thought we were supposed to all go. I thought it was like, you go.
Most
or
of them
someone
are
else
city
goes.
manager. I mean, sometimes they posse the heck up, and I know that turns into a couple other red flags, yellow flags, but
well,
yeah.
part of the reason you ask is because, is it in the budget? Is there enough budget money for 14 people to go, or 12, or 7, or 5, or 2, or 1? So that's usually why you ask. So.
No, for sure.
And since I am not the designee for either one of them, that's why I'm asking.
Okay, so with that, any further discussion on that with a motion in a second? I got a motion in a second? All right, call the vote. Yay.
Do I vote on that?
You want to split a room?
I don't know. Do I vote on that? Do I have to abstain? I'm serious. Do I have to abstain?
Do they still do death by chocolate? No, you vote on that.
can
Just
vote
like
yourself.
Okay.
you'd be appointing yourself to the REA.
They
All
do
right.
not.
I just have it
Mr. Bagby.
7-0.
Mr. Bagby.
All right,
They
then
do
that's
not
all-
do death by chocolate.
They don't?
They do not, so it's not worth going.
I mean, I went every year, I think my first term, only because Sam was very involved and she was.
And they still talk about Sam.
Yeah, she was trying to become the first vice president or
Whatever it was in the league, yeah.
Yeah, the league,
Well, there are several committees that,
yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, usually we budget for it, and then the reimbursement comes afterwards.
that's fine.
And if we're out of money, then we'll say so, but, you know. But normally, by charter, has to be approved, you know, a reimbursement for the travel.
Yes, yes.
And we do that, you know.
No city credit cards.
Got us in trouble.
No.
Some people didn't use it correctly.
I
so
got in trouble over that.
Anyway, thank you.
Yay, thanks for coming.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Councilman Destin.
Mayor, I was trying to find out if we have or have plans to put warning signs out in the channel where we unfortunately lost someone last month. I think the county put a sign out there that said something about snorkeling, but I would make a motion to direct staff to design a sign that warns people about the dangers of the swift current. At full outgoing tide, it's making almost 4 miles an hour out there, which is as fast as the Mississippi River. And we need to have some signs in that area, more than one.
I'll second it.
And that'll be a motion on that issue.
All right, I got a motion and I got a second. The only other thing I would add, I know we don't allow, I guess call it artwork on walls, but there's a huge white wall there that could also be a nice little public-private partnership for PR.
A mural.
A mural, thank you. Just throwing that out there as a discussion, not to add it into that motion, but just throwing that out there for future consideration. Seeing no further discussion, we'll call the vote.
Ronnie went to the back.
And City Attorney, do you need a motion to direct you to do the social media policy?
I already have it written down because it seemed like y'all agreed and had a consensus. Does anyone not want the social media policy? besides
I'm just
the
kidding.
mayor.
I'm kidding. I'm down for a policy.
No, its intent is, I mean, if one person does make a,
No swimming or whatever.
Or caution, danger.
Caution, danger sign.
Yeah.
We're waiting on.
Kim, I'm
yes.
gonna go ahead and make a motion since our charter says no action shall be taken without a motion.
That's right.
There's consensus doesn't appear in that
All right,
document
before we
anywhere.
get to that
So I'll make
motion, we do have a voting body.
You wanna vote on the other one?
Ray, can you please read Councilman Destin's motion
Oh, we already
about
did.
the sign? All right, thank you, sir.
Signage for danger.
Councilman Destin, another motion.
What's the next motion, Dewey?
The motion is on the,
To draft.
social policy draft.
does that make you the legislative sponsor,
And I'll
Mr.
second
Council
it.
Destin?
I will be happy to be so.
Okay.
And I second it.
Got a motion, I got a second. Seeing any discussion? Seeing none, we'll reset the board with a custom vote. So give Ray a second. Yep. All right, ayes have it, so moved.
And the only other, point I would make is I want to congratulate the staff that keeps you from falling over the edge.
Oh, yeah. Oh, don't worry. For as much as I do listen to them, there's a few times I don't.
Stay away from that edge if you can.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, I'm done.
All right, appreciate you. Councilman Bagby.
You know, I'm going to pass tonight, other than to say, no, I will say, because I promised Kevin I'd say. I would just say, without going into my 10-minute line by line here, the advantages of fire pits is not as advantageous as some people, think. The city manager put a pretty positive light on it. My experience managing a resort community and a resort beachfront condo in Walton County was totally different, and it's not everything. But I was willing, if he was the beta, the Henderson Beach, if he was willing to do a beta and let everybody in on that action, to do a beta test. But I'm not, when he said no, and not, if you weren't staying there, then
Nope.
that's where he lost me, because I'm not, again, I'm ambivalent. I'm not hard opposed, but it's not very advantageous in my experience.
Yeah, me too. Councilwoman Aber.
Thanks, Mayor. Quick question, Steve. Have you been able to manage to find out what the 4th of July parking collections were at our lots, especially the one behind McGuire's for Thursday night's fireworks, Friday, and then?
I think Michael could probably pull those numbers up quicker than I could. I'm really just learning the system myself, so.
I'm waiting.
I've had my laptop on for 5 hours, so it kind of died. I'm seeing if it'll come back to life here. Just give me one moment. I do know last week, the revenues total were 58,000 and some change, but not for the Zerby lot, but just in total.
In total. Well, the other thing is I know that we are low on code, guys, but I know that, Larry, you did have that as one of the things they were to check, especially from Thursday through Sunday, for those to be verified they had called in and paid the parking, correct?
That was correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, great. Then I also wanted to thank Lisa and her team extraordinaire for the 4th of July fireworks. I know that was a lot of work, getting that permitting, getting that piece of land set up, getting all the fireworks. It was a beautiful event. I've had so many people say what a great job City of Destin did for fireworks. So thank you to your whole team, because I know there was a bunch of them involved. And then also the Joe's Bayou guys. I went down there 2 days in a row just to see how things were, just to check. It was pandemonium, and I'm telling you, Wayne, and I think it was Chris was with him, they are like stellar people. The toleration they have for the people that are out-of-towners that don't know how to not unload their boat stuff in the slip. So kudos to your team. I mean, it was just a very busy, hard weekend, and you got a great group of people, so I wanted to say that. And then, of course, thanks Tamara, because she never got time off. There were people that were having all kinds of accidents. There were just every night, 2 a.m., Tamara's sending out an email and somebody's accidentally run over a telephone pole or something. But thank you for what you did during that hard weekend as well. And then my last item is the bad roosters. We have a lady that has asked us to find out why do roosters get free reign of roosting all day long. This ordinance was put in place back in 2020 when people bought roosters to help fertilize the eggs for the chickens, when people were buying their chickens and basically having their own eggs. So, Kim, did you tell me there was something we could do to change the verbiage?
I think it's just a policy decision for the council if you want to allow roosters or not, because once they're here, they're going to make noise. So right now, we have an exception in the code that says roosters, basically, it comes down to roosters can make noise.
So what about the noise ordinance? Can they not be held to that level?
We have an exception in the code that says roosters can do it because of the nature of the animal. So if y'all want to change that, then we probably have to amend the code. So I'll leave it to the council to make that policy call.
Does it in there for dogs barking?
It has an exception for roosters in the section that says dogs can bark. It says.
So can roosters?
Roosters can crow.
Yeah.
What do you call it, crow?
Crow, yeah. I had,
Roosters can bark.
yeah.
Roosters can bark.
I can tell you, I mean, I've gone around to all my neighbors. I had chickens, still have chickens. I had 4 roosters at one point because we raised them. And, you know, you can't get all hens magically from egg raising. And the reality is they can crow all day long, but so do my 3 neighbors' dogs barking because they want to be inside all day. And I guess that's never happening either. So the reality is I think everyone should just be better neighbors and confront each other versus trying to get Daddy City involved and just trying to come up with a law for every little thing that someone's upset about.
This lady did go over and ask them if they could take their rooster inside while it was crowing during the afternoon, and
Yeah.
they've been trying for about 6 months to see if they could come to
Yeah,
an
inside.
agreement. And just said, is there a noise ordinance that these could be held up to? So
Yep.
if it's an exception, it's an exception, and it doesn't sound like anybody up here wants to do anything.
Hey, Mayor, have you ever tried a crow collar?
Yeah, one, I hate to say this out loud, one died because of it. It was a little, you know, as a rooster owner, I think the closest person to the rooster is the owner. And, you know, we tried a couple measures and perhaps, I tightened the
I've heard of them. I've never heard anybody use
granted,
them.
I was brand new at the time. I think I've learned my lesson of you got to put a
Little
pinky
too
underneath
tight?
it, I heard afterwards. I think I was trying to eliminate my own problem. But I hate to say that out loud, but here we are. Other than that, I would say, at least to your point, what I did is I went around and found out that all my neighbors went to work around 7:15, 7:30. So I had an automated door, and that kept the hens and the rooster inside, and I let them out at 7:30. So that's kind of what I tried to do to be a good neighbor, but I do get that you can't stop an animal from doing what animals do. So I'm not trying to discount that, but just as a chicken rooster owner and no longer rooster owner, I can assure you, at least for me, my roosters got on my nerves before I think any of the neighbors did. So I found a good home for them elsewhere, the ones that I didn't experiment on.
Sandy, did you have something to add to it? That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
All right.
Councilor Aber, to answer your question, it was 151 transactions over the holiday weekend, and I think that my laptop did die. It was just a little over $2,000. It's $15 a day, so whatever 15 times that number of transactions was. It wasn't a lot.
But that lot holds like 40 cars. So
It does.
you
We don't capture if you have a handicap tag, placard, or a disabled veterans tag. We don't charge. We can't capture the local residents decals. So there are a lot of transactions that we just can't capture.
And that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that, and that's good. If our locals are using that lot to go across and watch the fireworks and enjoy Harbor Walk for free, that's great. Okay, thank you.
And to that point, I think that's what hopefully this RFP for those will do, having the cameras there It can identify if it's a local, if we've given a discount, if we've given a waiver for a 5K. It's a simple, what we could do with a camera and some of this to offload some of the manual enforcement and honoring that we always have a problem with, and put those codes in other places where we don't have the simple mechanism. Yeah. Councilman Guile?
I have a few things. One, I'd like to explain to Kevin why I didn't vote for the fire pits. I thought it would be hypocritical. If we're going to vote against vending, we need to stick with it. We can't just pick and choose what we like or don't like. Secondly, the TDC seems to be focusing on the wrong type of tourist right now, and I don't trust those people out there doing these controlled burns or anything else. And I think that falls in line with what a local citizen just said not too long ago during the public speaking portion, Miss Patty. Right now, I think our TDC is focusing on the wrong people. I've asked to have TDC come down here and speak, and you, if you can clarify where they're at, Larry, or what their responses are.
The last response was the director was checking with the commissioners, but I will reach out.
How long ago was that?
3 months.
3 months.
She was at the ribbon cutting this
Maybe
morning.
longer than
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Well, if they're that incompetent, they can't figure this out in 3 months. How are they going to find the right tourists for our? Okay.
So there,
So does the rep know
Yeah, that's
exactly
me.
who they're focusing on?
so I think the July meeting is canceled because they gather all the data, and then in August, they present it to us. So I think we'll have somewhat of a presentation available, and maybe we can in turn bring that here in August to kind of show who they targeted and how they targeted and what they targeted, to give you the answers.
That would be amazing
And
because.
I'll bring it to you myself if they don't come in August.
I agree with Ms. Brown.
After the August meeting, then I would bring it. Whenever they present it in August, once we have it.
I got you. But I agree with Ms. Brown. We're not getting the tourists that we deserve in Destin. Second, we found out we only made $2,000 for parking during the 4th of July event out of the one parking lot. I don't understand why we don't just dedicate parking lots to locals only during specialized events like 4th of July or New Year's fireworks or New Year's, whatever event you called it, the drone thing that you
Well, that was the 40th anniversary, yeah.
Okay.
City events.
But I don't understand why we don't dedicate just to locals only and have tow trucks go through and tow anything that's not a Florida tag. Locals suffer through this tourist nightmare on a daily basis. They can't go to a restaurant without an hour wait. They can't visit and enjoy our local amenities as a local, and they're the ones, it's their tax dollars that are pretty much paying for everything. So I would like to see us work towards opening parking lots for locals only during specialized events. Another thing I want to bring up is gutter permits. There's other counties within the state of Florida that require licensure for gutters. Right now, we're dealing with a gutter company over on Morgan Sport Complex. They installed the gutters wrong. His answer to me was, well, the person that installed it before me was wrong, so we just followed suit. So,
Wrong person to say that to.
yeah, the initial guy's an idiot, so you can be an idiot. That's allowed. It doesn't make sense to me. The other idiotic statement he made is, I saw standing water in a corner nowhere near a downspout, and he said, we have no way of checking that. I said, well, that's why people have created a level. But apparently, those gutter companies don't understand what a level's for. There's several municipalities in the state of Florida, cities that require 1 of 4 licenses, 1 of 5 licenses, I take that back. Specialty metals, residential contractor, building contractor, general contractor, or roofing license in order to install gutters. Permitted process. If you install gutters wrong, you're going to rot out your fascia, you're going to rot out your rafter tails, you're going to rot out your soffit. It's going to cause a tremendous amount of burden on our local citizens because we let idiots do a job they're not qualified to do, and we're not regulating it. So I would like to see us investigate permits for gutter installation and requiring legislation, since it is a regulated service within the building codes. let's see here, short-term rentals. I've got a question for Captain over there, Captain. I have a business. Right now, I have a guy that comes in with a badge once a year and looks at all my documents. Doesn't say a word to me. He just looks at my board, makes sure I have my documents. He's not a cop, but he's got a badge. I don't know what his role is, and I don't ask him, and he doesn't talk to me. We just ignore each other. He does his little search and walks out. But my question to you is, if there's anything that's happening in my private business, even though it's open to the public, do you have to have a warrant to come in and look inside my private business if there's a complaint, or can you just come in?
I would have to have a warrant to come into certain areas. Other areas, if it's open to the public, I can come in without a warrant.
Open to the public?
Yeah, it's not a simple yes or no question.
Okay.
There's
So
a lot of variables. But yes, generally speaking, if it's a private area, I would have to have a warrant to enter it.
Okay, so then that answers one of my questions, because what I was going to ask is if a short-term rental is now a business unit, it's no longer a local residence, what prevents us, whenever there's a complaint or an issue, that we go in and search for anything else that could be causing or agitating or breaking a law? Same with maybe even the fire chief, going in and verifying that there's not too many people for the occupancy of that creates some type of fire hazard. Because right now, we have an overburden of way too many people trying to pile themselves into one building. And it's causing parking issues, it's causing road damage issues, wear and tear that we're not qualified to deal with. And based off the type of tourists that this TDC is bringing in, which I'm not going to say it's 100% TDC, based on the type of tourists that we're focusing on or they're finding Destin, I have zero faith in their compliance with legal laws. And I really want to try to figure out a way to start moving back to where we were 20 years ago, to bring back the people from Rosemary Beach, Inlet Beach, Alice Beach, bring them back into this direction. We're not going to do it with the people that we have here, so I'm trying to find solutions. So based off what you're saying, we can't just, if there's an issue, that might be considered private, and you don't have access to that without some type
Yeah,
of warrant.
if they're renting the property, I would have to have a warrant to go in to look for criminal activity. They have an expectation of privacy inside their rental unit.
Even though it's no longer a residence, it's now a business. It doesn't matter. Okay, and
That's
that's what I
correct.
needed to understand. I just did not understand that
Now, if
differentiation.
if the rental person, if the company that's doing the rental agreement with them has it in their contract that they can enter, then that person can enter, but they can't direct me to enter without a warrant.
So, and this is a question for Ms. Kopp then, can part of our STR agreement or BTR be that we now have the right to investigate or inspect anytime, if you become a business, we have the right to inspect or investigate and if there's wrongdoing or intent to suspected wrongdoing?
I think that would be difficult to enforce on private property in some cases. For life safety, I think we can do it, but it's kind of controversial as far as things beneath life safety to be able to just go into private property without permission. But arguably, if someone's coming in for a permit, if we have a permit requirement for something, we should be able to inspect, otherwise they will never get their permit cleared. So in that circumstance, if it's something we require a permit for, then I think we can require an inspection after permitting.
But, okay, but that's only permitting. That's not a BTR and that's not.
We can't do it for a BTR, but when you talk about STRs, if there are certain permits required, for new construction or renovations, then I think we could inspect.
All right.
We can also inspect with permission, obviously.
I'm trying to stay fairly calm right now because this whole situation agitates me. I try to take my daughter to the 4th of July fireworks. Parking was ridiculous. I get down there, the tourists that I'm dealing with, I probably almost got into 4 fights, physical altercations down there because people are jackasses. I watched a guy throw a cup on the ground 4 feet from a trash can, 5 feet from a trash can, and I had to get in a very verbal confrontation with him and 5 of his friends in order to get him to pick that cup up and put it in the trash can. We're just not bringing the right type of people into this town, and we need to figure out how to change that.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Schmidt, whatever your last name is at this point.
It's okay. I just have some updates from the public. Where did we leave off on the Lee parcel on Indian Trail? Are we still pursuing it, looking into it, waiting for appraisals?
We are still looking into it, but if council, sorry.
The Park Foundation is specifically, Jay Howard was reaching out to the Lee family to see if they would be willing to donate that parcel to the Park Foundation and take the tax write-off. And I think it's gonna, that they'll have to get an appraisal, and I can reach out to Jay tomorrow and ask him if he's, what the Lee family told him, but that's the last I know. If the staff was working on something else.
We're meeting, the Parks Foundation's meeting next Friday, so I can talk then, but it's not on Indian Trail. That's not,
it is.
it's on Indian Bayou.
No, yes, the southern end touches Indian Bayou, the northern end touches Indian Trail. That easement goes the entire length of the,
Okay.
50 feet wide or whatever. And that was one of the other things was Jay, I think when he had a conversation, they might not want to give the whole thing, just the part, and I'm like, look, whatever we can get, you know, for them donating to the foundation, let's get.
Yeah, so I respect all that and thank whoever else has been talking, but if you two could look into it and bring us back in August, the update, in coordination with Jay and Mama and whoever else, and let us know, because we asked council, you asked these two to do it, so thank you. Where are we at with Clementator Park? Did we get the approval? Are we starting?
We got another request for additional information last week, which we turned around quickly and provided back to the county. So they're gonna resubmit it and wait to see what comes up next.
Who requested, the county or Treasury?
Well, the original request came down from Treasury through the county.
So we had a 30-day waiting period for insurance, water.
Flood impact notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't live anywhere near this park, so I could care less, I guess. But does anybody else get like frustrated with this Clementator Park situation? I mean, is there?
Run by it every other day.
I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, y'all have a lot of years of experience up here. Do we just continue just to wait and just get on our knees and do whatever, you know, just wait? Just.
I would really
That's
like
what we
to
do?
know, is there anybody that any of us could talk to, Jeff, at the county to tell them that we need to know what we need to do to stop this pick back and forth? I mean, does someone need to be more assertive with them? I mean, you seem like you're a really laid back kind of guy, so.
I
something else need to
apologize.
happen?
I am that, but I have been very clear with them that we want to advance this as quickly as possible, and anything that they need from us, let us know now, so we can deal with it
I
now.
just feel like we've made that request about 5 to 10 times. Like, it's
Yeah,
just like
I
a
mean-
failure on somebody's part here. Like, can we do anything?
Well, and I
Jim, do
don't
you have any
think,
contacts in DC that we can call?
I think that's the problem.
I mean, there's gotta be somebody, right?
Frustration. I've spent a year and a half with the Army Corps of Engineers, even when I was the district director, and calling for an
Yeah.
update from the congressman's office, and it's, here's the course process,
Yeah.
and here's
Okay.
where it is, and then it'll move from that office to the next office.
Sounds
And it's
good.
like, dudes,
When
I appreciate it. I
When
just
we
didn't
went
know.
through it for Captain Royal Melvin, I remember we had to eventually get involved and try to push to speak with the Treasury directly. And I don't feel that that went over particularly well with the county. They really seemed to want us to go through them. But I would say we can talk to Jane Evans again about potentially having a direct call with the Treasury again, like we did for Royal Melvin.
Could y'all take that next step to at least
Yeah.
reach out to her?
Yeah.
And Greg
Yeah.
and just kind of say, hey, so about a year ago, Mel, when Mel was commissioner, and then they all got in a room because they had to kind of work on some things, and I just feel like we gotta do it again. Cool.
Kevin, it does take an extensively long time.
Yeah, my kid will be graduating high school by the time it's done, so it's perfect. Yep. Does the Joe's Bayou State project, is that out for bid, or is it going to bid? Do you know? Is that even ready? we way far away from that?
I don't know, Pierce likes to drag his feet like every other federal employee.
But it's not, it hasn't gone out to bid yet.
State employee, I'm sorry.
Still in permitting, I think.
Still in permitting. Okay. So, all right.
Can we get an update from them?
All good. Where are we at with the no wake zone sign being added back into Joe's Bayou and bringing the cost to us for that? Bringing us some maps and,
We, the Joe's Bayou, all no wake signs are in place.
we were gonna add a new wake sign, 500 feet from the Joe's Bayou launch. Y'all were gonna bring us like a GIS map of all this stuff and where they are and how much it's gonna cost. This was about a month ago, the meeting.
Yes, so we do have that. But the 500 radius, both signs are there. All signs in Joe's Bayou are in place.
Right, but we talked, the whole
There was a
council,
historical,
the council, not just Kevin, but the council just said
Wanted
about bringing
more?
a new no wake sign. And y'all were gonna bring us the location of that, where it could go and the cost of it, so.
Yeah,
I guess,
okay.
can we circle back?
I think we did discuss that. Mayor also had some information on that there was nothing we could do at this time. We would have to make kayak launches on the other side of Joe's Bayou to maybe do another 500 radius, and this is per Mike Norberg.
and then the only thing that got added after that from Councilman Destin was, in fact, that historically, there was one in the back of Joe's Bayou, and that we were going after that one.
Yeah, there was two at the fingers,
That's right, one on
And they are there. The
one on
ones
each
on the
one of the
fingers
fingers.
are there.
or arms, or whatever you want to call them.
I can send
Yeah.
you the map.
Yeah, I would just appreciate, there was two motions, or two directives that night. One, to provide the cost of replacing the previously removed no wake signs, which I think what y'all are saying is they're already there. And two, add a new no wake sign 500 feet from the Joe's Bayou boat launch. So I think we haven't gotten number two yet.
Well, those from the 500 radius from Joe's Bayou
Right.
are there.
So if y'all could just bring that to us and show us, then I
Sure.
guess, then that would answer the question.
I can get that to you.
Somebody said
I'll
something
have-
about GIS, and they were gonna show us on the
Yep.
map, and
I'll have Ray send that to all of you tomorrow.
that'd be great. Because I know some people over there are still asking about, what are we doing? And I couldn't answer them because we were waiting. It's okay.
And Kevin, we can still designate some other areas around as kayak. My understanding is all it takes is us to designate them, then we get another 500-foot bite. And there is a right straight across from the boat ramp over there. There's still a little piece of right-of-way that goes to the water. We need to explore
Right.
that.
There's a waterfront right-of-way.
Yeah, that's right.
Is a park, but it's not a park. That was under very controversial discussion
That's
many years
exactly
ago.
right.
And I think we could potentially call that like a kayak launch.
If
or
we
something.
want to, we certainly can.
So, okay.
Well, that's already in the no-wake zone.
Nope.
Yes. part of
Because
it.
the whole,
Who knows? That's what I'm asking for.
the whole finger is a no-wake zone. There's,
I'm talking up toward.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
I
because I've been
apologize for
there.
one more question about
Yeah.
code, but is there anything we can do? I guess I didn't know we have 4 code officers. I didn't know.
There's a
Is this a
sign.
priority? Is this a
There's a
Jamie
door for
thing? Do we need to change the advertisement? Do we need to go, is it money? I mean, we've increased. Where are we at?
A
'Cause
little
it sounds like
bit
it's
of
a
all the
panic
above.
attack.
It is, we had a discussion this morning about the best way to overcome the deficiencies we have. Is it money? So we're taking a look at that. Is it a staffing initiative whereby we can create some part-time positions for weekend work that will relieve the 4 that we have in place now? We do have an additional one coming on next week, I believe, and we certainly are, trying to up our recruitment efforts. And so part of the conversation this morning was, how do we fill in those gaps? Can we do it with part-time officers that we may could ratchet up the pay because we're not going to provide benefits? So maybe there's some code officers in other areas or even some military police that may want to work some weekend hours or something that would help fill in the gaps. So it is a priority, and we are looking to make sure we are recruiting in the best places we can.
Okay. Steve, I told you a while ago, I supported everything that you presented one of those nights and how, I saw a bright future with the plan, right, that you were wanting to do. And I still strongly believe that. But if we're not being told we need to do something to support this more than what we've already done, quality of life of the citizens of Destin is one of the top priorities that we try to enforce around here. And if we don't have code officers to enforce the code on a daily basis, me personally, I would take the guy off the beach and send him around the streets of Destin to support our residents right now. That's what I'd be doing if I was a staffing person. Because right now we're sending a code officer and the SWAT team on the beach every day to deal with, ice cream vendors, people breaking the parking in the parking lots or whatever, and all these accusations, that's me personally. I wish we would take them off the beach and put them in the streets. It's just one idea. I don't know if that takes a council motion or people to be up here for a long time to be able to make that happen, but if you need something else from the council, I'll be a legislative sponsor to hopefully get more code officers to help support the citizens of Destin.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry I let it on there so long. Councilwoman Trammell, is that still valid?
Yeah, I
Okay,
was just gonna comment that next year for the 4th of July is the 250th anniversary of the U.S. So I think we need to do something really special.
Like a drone show?
Yes, I was
All
going to
right.
suggest that. But the budget meeting is coming up, so I just wanted to put that in people's minds before we talk budget. That's all.
Love it.
So.
Great idea. And then, so the only thing I was going to bring up, and it's not under my name, so I'm not really pushing anywhere. No, not at all. So no, I appreciate that. Anytime we can get the drones out there, I'd love to see it once a week. But that's not our money. Kind of full circle with everything talking about. I just wanted to bring it up. Kind of with the paid parking, the dollar amount, where we're going. To my understanding, there's over $2 million in that parking lot. To my understanding, this council does not seem interested in doing anything in the harbor parking, which cool with me. So may I suggest us during the budget season look at using the parking funds at Morgan's or over at Crystal Beach. If we got these beach properties going on for public access, we probably need some upland facilities that aren't as expensive as golf front parking. So, just throwing that out there as a general, we're all kind of been dancing around paid parking and just what that looks like. And so in our mobility plan, we do have 2 spots identified for parking improvements in Crystal Beach. And I just feel that could help offset daytime code ordinance that's getting broken, which is cars parking all over the sidewalk and not allowing people to use the sidewalk. Instead of just ticketing them, we can now kind of escort them over to the right place or let them know where they can pay for overnight parking, as well as just our daily people trying to go to the beach. So kind of in that budget idea, I would really like us to see that $2 million+ of parking revenue go to something that we can all agree on. So with that, that's all I had for tonight. And we have the city attorney, Ms. Kopp.
Real quick, so there are a couple of new laws now that require ordinances or resolutions. So my question to the council is, do you want me to get a legislative sponsor for the bill, for example, that requires us to pass a resolution on plat policies? Because unfortunately, council's going to lose its final authority on plats. It has to be done staff level in accordance with this statutory requirements now. So for something like that, would you like me to ask for a legislative sponsor, or is the sponsor the legislature of the state of Florida?
We never intended for things that are mandated by the legislature to have the legislative sponsor. After all, we have no choice in those, right?
No, we don't. That's why I thought I would just mark it down, Florida, state of Florida.
Got it.
Okay, so for that and some things for Senate Bill 180, you'll see some things coming.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Councilman Bagby, you want to?
Yeah, I figure it's 10:30 and all the little 8th grade girls have gone to bed, so I just want to congratulate you and Rebecca on your neutrals. I know the middle school next year, every heart will be broken. You know?
Thanks.
But congratulations,
I
Bobby.
appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right. With that, public comments. If you made it this far, please say something, because I hope it's not just here for your public entertainment.
John,
John, I'm in there.
John, you got a parking problem, buddy. I was overlooking your parking down there. There wasn't an empty spot anywhere.
That means business was good that weekend. John Stevens, 4215 Indian Trail. So it's kind of piggybacking off of Dewey's discussion about the incident that happened at Osteen Beach. Okaloosa County actually removed all the safety corridor buoys on Crab Island. So that means those buoys could potentially be available. I recommend that we probably reach out to Okaloosa County, maybe Mike Norberg, to see maybe if we can get access to some of those buoys and maybe repurpose them from no boating buoys to caution swift current buoys and place them over in that area. Because you got to think about people are accessing that area not only by beach, but also by boat. So that's all I got. Thank you.
John, I have talked to Mike visibly. Mike, and he is saving those, and we're going to pick those up this week or next week, all of them.
Thank you. So
Yes.
I know we do have a potential work plan to use some of those others too. So thank you.
Yes, yes. I'll get with you.
All right, anyone else? Seeing none.
John, it's time for a haircut.
All right. Motion, or no motion, just adjourn.